you very much, Chairperson. I want to move for the adoption of both the agenda and acceptance of the apologies. I think we all know everyone's working towards a budget, so I think we do appreciate that there's quite a lot going on and the work of the Portfolio Committee cannot stop. With that, I'm happy to move. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Fasia. Any second to what Honorable Fasia is saying?
Chair, I second the adoption.
That voice seems like is Honorable Mile. Thank you very much. The agenda has been adopted and seconded, and also the apologies has been accepted. Okay, thank you. Can we then go straight to the presentation by Eskom so as not to waste time?
Thank you very much, Chair. I hope that I'm audible. Can somebody just confirm that I am audible?
You are
Yes,
audible.
Thank you very, very much, Chair of the Committee, Honourable Mbana. Honourable members of the committee, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. My name is Claudel Fonek. I'm a member of the Eskom board, and I'm the chair of the board's Human Capital and Remuneration Committee. And I, as you heard earlier on it, I'm standing in for the chair of the board, who could unfortunately not join us today due to another commitment. And we ask that you please accept our apologies for his absence. I am joined by one of my fellow board members, Mr. Clive Leroux, who chairs the board's Business Operations and Performance Committee, which is the most important committee for the conversation that we're having today, as well as the Group Chief Executive, Mr. Dan Marukane, and the rest of his executive team. Honourable members, we thank you for the opportunity to update you and engage you with our winter plan, and I trust that our engagement today will be of assistance to you as you exercise your very vital oversight duties. One understands that when we're on your side of the fence, that you have a very important job to do, and we hope that we will be able to assist you with that today. Eskom traditionally shares system updates for both the winter and the summer periods. This we do to assist South Africans to anticipate our ability to meet demand, even the winter period or the summer period, when we typically do a lot of maintenance of our generation fleet. We also use these opportunities to update the country on the progress we've made in the implementation of our generation recovery plan, and that's following the government's energy action plan. And as you're aware, the current Eskom board assumed office in October 2022, and we devised the plan together with management from April 2023 in order to chart a path towards stabilizing electricity supply following several years of significant load shedding. Madam Chair, since the implementation of the Generation Recovery Plan, significant progress has been made, as you will see from our presentation today. We are not out of the woods yet, and we are acutely aware of the fact that several challenges still lie ahead. Humps in the road, like yesterday evening when load shedding reared its ugly head, remind us of the mammoth task to still get to the point of absolute comfort. So far, this has happened on 6 occasions this calendar year. Honourable members, the board naturally views these incidents in a very, very serious light. We therefore, through our Business Operations and Performance Committee, support and provide guidance to management and ensure that we bring in the required performance tension. We have reviewed the load shedding incidents of the year, and in the final analysis, we've established that management needed to deepen efforts relating to systems, processes, and people, of course. And I can confirm that we have provided the necessary support for further action in these areas. With your permission, Madam Chair, I would like to invite Mr. Leroux, the Chair of the Business Operations and Performance Committee, to give a high-level summary of the issues the board committee is assisting management with, Following Mr. Rulu, I will then hand over to the Group Chief Executive, Mr. Marokane, and he can take us through the key areas of the winter plan as shared with the public last week. Clive, sorry, before I go to Clive, Chair, I will just maybe just conclude and say that once the GSC is concluded, we will be ready to respond to any questions or clarifications that the honourable members may have. And as I said earlier, I'm hoping that we will assist you in bringing clarity for yourselves. Right, so Clive, can I hand over to you?
Thank you very much. Maybe let's allow Clive to continue.
Just before that, sorry, Chair, just quickly before that, Chair, the meeting is being broadcast live on the various social platforms, and it was requested that people switch on their videos when they speak there. Thanks,
Like
Chair.
myself, I've done, eh?
Yes, correct, Chair.
Though I don't know, there's that flickering light. I've done. Thank you for telling us on that. Let's give over to Clive. Clive.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chair, and good morning to the Honourable Committee members, to those representing the Board, to Cadell as Acting Chair, and the Chief Executive of Eskom and the Executive Team. Just a few words from the BOPC Subcommittee of Board to set the scene. When we put the Generation Recovery Plan together more than a year ago, it was clear that the time frame for resolving the poor performance and getting to much higher levels of reliability and availability was going to take about 6 years. The reason for that is that primarily the load shedding is a result of poor maintenance on the coal fleet, leading to unreliability of performance of those units. The time to get all those units through a recycled maintenance plan to get high quality parts, high quality workmanship back in, and to improve the reliability substantially is a 6-year period. The reason why it takes that long is because
Excuse me, Clive, excuse me. Can you switch on your video? I've switched off mine. We are told that this is live, so we have to, when we talk, we switch on, and then if the network is poor, we can switch it off after you have switched it on. Can we request you to do that? Sorry for this.
On our side, the video is on.
In the boardroom, Chair, Honourable Chair.
Yeah, I've removed the presentation, Chair, so now the video is on, yeah.
Okay.
Okay, thank you very much. Can I confirm, Chair, that the video is on?
Yes, continue.
Thank you very much. We need space and money to do the outages to repair the units and get them into high quality performance. The amount of space is limited because you can't take too many machines off at once without seriously affecting load shedding. So this is a 6-year program, and we knew that from the start it's going to take a while. In November last year, we started noticing that the improving trend was going flat, and the BOPC then asked for a refocus from Eskom, and in particular from the generation division, to refocus on their performance and the reliability. We also changed the focus of the observations and our oversight from the return of large units which were out of service or being built and being commissioned. We changed the focus to leading indicators of reliability. Because as long as the reliability is bad, with a lot of volatility, we can't accurately predict the future. So we get movement up and down in the number of megawatts not available through failure. We switched as the board and as the BOPC subcommittee of the board, we switched to monitoring leading indicators, trips, and the large number of trips we're having with all these units, to outage planning and execution, because we're having a lot of slippage at the end of outage with units don't come back, or they don't come back reliably. And one of the key contributors to poor quality and performance is spare parts management. So those are the 3 focus areas from this board. for the next period of improvement. We also realized that generation in the January, February, March period was showing even negative trends in reliability. So we called for them to look for some support, external support. And previously we had gone out on an open inquiry for engineering companies. That turned out not to be the right route. So this time we've asked the executives to go out on a relational basis to find utilities that have experience at running coal plants. These plants rely more on experienced people than they rely on qualified people. And we don't have sufficient experience at the moment in the power plants. The mood has not been great, but it's turned around since the change in the executives. And we see that this is going to lead to continued improvement. We will continue to monitor the generation recovery plan as changed in the last month and approved by board just a week ago. We will continue to monitor that with leading indicators of reliability. That's all I'd like to add at this moment, Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank
Thank you
Clive.
very much, Chair. Whom are you going to give it over now?
I'm handing over to the GCE at this point. Thank you, Chair.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Dr. Panek, Chairperson Vanna, and the honorable members of the committee. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I understood that with the presentation having been shared, Chair, I've been asked to, within 10 minutes or so, just raise some salient issues, features of the presentation, and allow sufficient time for members to engage in the Q&A part. And I thought maybe what we could really start off with is the first slide that's got the key takeaways from the messaging that we shared with the country last week, Monday, which messaging remains relevant and accurate even as we speak now, post the 6 hours of load shedding last night. And that message starts off by acknowledging that when you look at the period since the summer of 2024-2025, which was September 2024 to March 2025, there's been significant operational improvements. These improvements are driven or are supported by the long duration of the no load shedding days, but we also recognize that there's been some operational setbacks, and these setbacks manifest themselves in the form of the now to date 6 incidents of load shedding. We place the improvement of our performance squarely within the progress that's been made with the implementation of the generation recovery plan. This is what's really driven the 311 days or so of load shedding that we've seen by the country. It is the execution of that plan and staying the course that yields good results that we saw. And our aspiration is to really get us back into a position where we are able to replicate this over and over again. When we reflected on the incidents of load shedding from the beginning of this year, and also the period leading into December that Clive referred to, it's very clear that we need to refocus our energies on deepening efforts around our people, plant, and processes to ensure that the gains that we have made are not eroded, and to also ensure that we rise to the new challenges as we navigate the path towards our end destination of providing a reliable and very stable electricity supply. We've also indicated, Chair, at the session, and we do reiterate now because this assumption still holds true, that for the situation where our outage and plant outages can be maintained below 13,000 megawatts, we should be able to provide the country with electricity non-stop with no load shedding. We did indicate that in the last winter, we had this target sitting at about 14,000, and we were able to carry that winter throughout without any load shedding. We've also flagged that in the event that the unplanned losses run away to 15,000 megawatts, we are likely to see up to 21 days of stage 2 load shedding. This is the event that actually happened yesterday, leading to the 6 hours between 4 o'clock in the evening, in the afternoon, and 10 p.m. In the evening. And I'll talk a bit about that and what drives it. At the core of it, as earlier indicated, is the need for us to deepen the discipline in the execution of our maintenance by ensuring that when units are taken out on a given day, that they are brought back on the days that are planned for. It is vitally important that this becomes the case when you have a high number of your units out in the maintenance mode, which is the case during the summer. As we speak, in April, year-on-year comparison of maintenance shows some 4% higher maintenance being done this year compared to the same period last year. We knew that for the previous summer and the summer, we'll be doing a lot of maintenance to try to catch up with the many years of not adequately maintaining the system. This year, we entered the winter, Chair, structurally different from how we were last year, in a sense that we have now the prospect of the 2,500 megawatts of additional capacity that we didn't have last year. This is in the form of the full Quebec units that will be in full service by July as we get into the depth of winter. We didn't have this last year. We're already well advanced with the commissioning towards commercial operation date of Kusile Unit 6 that was synchronized in March. We didn't have it last year. It is contributing into the grid. And we will, in the next 2 weeks or so, get the MDP Unit 4 that was damaged 4 years ago, synchronized back into the grid. This is a shift in terms of the capacity that we'll now be having as we go into the winter, on the back of the maintained units that we bring back from outages. What we have to focus on, which is essentially the pain that we experienced last night and will experience today and tomorrow, is ensuring that units that are taken out are brought back timelessly so that we don't have this capacity restrictions or to meet the demand. Two more points that I wanted to make before I go into the specific incident of yesterday is the issue of load reduction. That the members will be aware that in some parts of the country, load reduction continues to be effected even when we are not load shedding. This is as a result of the many illegal connections in these areas that are placing the equipment at risk, both from equipment failure, but also placing lives at risk from a safety perspective. For now, whilst we have not implemented the full solutions around smart metering rollout in the program that we have set ourselves to do, 7 million of those in the next 3 years, we have to find this compromise of protecting lives and equipment on the back of supplementing the efforts of driving the campaigns with the communities and working with law enforcement to ensure that this aspect of illegal connections is also attended to. It is on the back of Chair, if I go and maybe just re-emphasize, we have come out of the last financial year, and of the 365 days, we have delivered 352 days of those without load shedding. This is a 94%, 96% or so performance compared to 9% the previous financial year. We've averaged the EAF above 60%. It's not where we wanted it to be, but it is 6% above where it was the previous year. And this kind of performance translates into better financial performance as well. We've seen the diesel spent being reduced by more than 16 billion compared to the previous period. And we've also seen sales go up in terms of gigawatts, the sales being up and the gigawatts reduction in the unplanned losses. So we have seen positive trends coming out of the performance that the group was able to deliver last year. We are setting ourselves to improve on that performance in this current financial year, and we understand that our biggest challenge now is managing this aspect of dealing with unplanned losses as a result of slippages from the execution of our maintenance. Yesterday, we reached a point where the unplanned losses as a result of outage slips quickly ran up to 3,000 megawatts, and this created challenges from a supply point of view. They were dominantly in about 3-4 stations. The teams are well advanced in getting those stations and those units returned, and hence we anticipate that by Thursday evening and beyond Thursday evening, we should not be needing the 6-hour stints in the evening to manage the peak because the capacity will have been restored. We are already ramping down in terms of maintenance. We've seen maintenance go as high as 7,500 to 8,000 megawatts. We are now below 5,000 and will gradually go settle at about 4,000 by the end of this month. That's important because it means your risk of having a lot of capacity unavailable because it has slipped out of maintenance is getting lower. And our focus is going to be on operational reliability as we go deeper into the winter period. So our efforts are really going through there. So we've also done some work after the reflections of the earlier incidents of the load shedding in the year. We've done some work and looked at how can we change some of our execution approach. So we're working much more closely with our OEMs, involving them in the planning, resource planning, scope planning, and aspects relating to spare availability than we were doing before. And as Clive indicated, these are partners that we have that themselves are operators, are utilities, and therefore there's innate knowledge of the process to help beef up the capabilities on our side and also close the gaps that were there before. We are hard at work already implementing these interventions. Equally, we are supporting our people. Our people are quite central in delivering the results that I've shared with you. They remain motivated. They're upset whenever we have glitches of this nature because they take pride in their work. They spend long hours at work and supervising teams to deliver the results that we have. And so we have also consciously doubled up on our efforts to ensure that we support our managers and supervisors. We do focused interventions in terms of leadership honing and extra support that they require for us to expect deliverables within the timelines that we have. We are not faced by what we have encountered. This kind of glitches do happen and they're unfortunate, but they are part of a long journey of re-establishing the functionality of this organization. What's important is that we should be able to respond quickly to the changing assumption basis when it arises, and we do have full support from the board and our shareholder minister in terms of the resourcing and opportunities to do what we need to deliver as the management team. And we will do that, Chair, as indicated. Chair, I think I should stop here because that really covers the essence of the presentation that was shared with the members. And we will, as a team, collectively be ready to perhaps drill down into granularities as required from the questions that the members have for us. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Chairperson, which one are you going to give it to now?
Thank you very much, Chair. Chair, at this point, we will hand back to you and allow you and your members to ask any clarifying questions you have for us.
Okay. Thank you. Honorable members, it's your turn. I see the hand of Honorable Olsen, followed by Honorable Bapti. Can we, yeah, Honorable Bapti, and then Honorable Mailem, Honorable Shem, for now. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Good morning, and thank you, Dr. Van Eck, Mr. Marikana, and Mr. Leroux for the presentation. And you say that the load shedding that we experience is is as a result of poor maintenance, and it's going to take a recovery plan, a generation recovery plan of 6 years to get the fleet fully maintained. So I'd like to know, how do you arrive at 6 years? I mean, it's surely, there must be a sort of timeline to repair each and every component of generation. And so how do you arrive at 6 years? And what will it take to reduce that time? I know you mentioned time and space to money and space to do the maintenance and get the fleet operating optimally. So when you say outages or maintenance, what exactly has failed and need maintenance? Is it boilers? Is it turbines? Is it substations? What exactly is the problem? And why has it come to that stage where it needs extensive maintenance and repairs? And is this we've always spent a lot of money on Eskom over the past couple of years, and government had to bail them out so many times. So was that money not being used to do maintenance and repairs on infrastructure, Eskom infrastructure? And that's only on the side of generation. So let's say that if Eskom was operating optimally, everything is functioning perfect, do we have a transmission network that can actually accommodate that optimal functioning of Eskom when generation is at 100% capacity? And then Mr. Marikana mentioned the rollout of 7 million smart meters. So I'd like to know, are these replacement meters or are these new electricity connections? Because that will then be added to the amount of load on the transmission network. And then also, we've got independent power producers coming online. How does this help with the generation capacity of Eskom? Surely we're paying these independent power producers. We've had up to, 5 bid windows. Many have been successful. Is this not assisting us with our generation requirements for electricity? Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you, Paulson, followed by Honorable Bapti.
Chairperson.
Yes.
Chairperson.
Yes.
Yeah. Can you put me on the list there? When I'm trying to raise my hand,
Yeah.
it doesn't work on my phone.
Okay. Yeah,
Thank
there
you.
are still other hands. I will give them.
Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Bapti, followed by Honorable Malem.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, and thank you to the members of the board. Honorable Chair, my question to Dr. Van Eck is around these current unplanned outages that have led to the load shedding. And what I'd like to know is, are the underlying causes attributed to the human resource factor or to hardware failures? And I'm referring to two particular comments that came out. One was that there were some hardships or some challenges with spare parts management, and there were challenges with insufficient experience in the plant. And what I'm wanting to know is this a wear and age-related problem with the equipment that we are seeing now, or is it more a human resource-related problem, possibly operations that's causing the problem? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Bapti. Honorable Malem, followed by Honorable Singh.
Thank you, Chairperson, and thank you to the Eskom team for the presentation. A couple of questions from my side. So one of the things that I see in this presentation is that you are persisting with the claim that Eskom's performance is improving that your energy availability factor is improving. The reality is that for the past 5 months, essentially for this calendar year, you have not hit 60% energy availability factor once. In fact, for the current financial year, your energy availability factor is sitting at 56%. Now, that says to me that you are not being, first of all, open and honest about the current situation. And secondly, that you are not being realistic about your forecasting for the winter outlook. We heard the Minister of Electricity and Energy say today that the likelihood of load shedding for winter is low. I honestly can't believe that, given what we are hearing and what we are experiencing right now in terms of load shedding. So I'd like some clarity on that. The second question that I have relates to unplanned outages. So currently, 28%. That's high. And I'd really like to know
Honorable
what you're
Mylan, we're
doing.
losing you.
Sorry, Chair, can I turn my video off? Would that help? Let me try that. Let me try turning my video off.
Okay.
So with regard to unplanned outages, what are you doing? What steps are you taking to mitigate unplanned outages? What are you doing to ensure that these are minimized? And how are you expediting the maintenance that is being done at this time? Can you give us an idea of what steps you are taking to seamlessly replace your generation capacity that you are forecasting to lose over the next several years? In other words, those plants that are being decommissioned, that are aging out of the system. What are you doing as Eskom? I'm not talking about independent power producers. What is Eskom doing to replace that generation capacity? And then lastly, I have some questions about transparency. You know, one of the things that frustrates me immensely is that, and I know that my colleague, Honorable Nchabaleng, indicated it yesterday in our WhatsApp group, that we find out about load shedding at exactly the same time as the general public does. So Eskom issues a notice and there's load shedding at the same time. Literally within seconds, there is load shedding. Is there any way that you can be more transparent about your demand and generation capacity, so that we can see, okay, in 6 hours' time, there's going to be load shedding. Tomorrow, there will be load shedding. Because right now, it seems like that's not realistic. And related to that, the Eskom data portal is, let's be honest here, it's not the most user-friendly system. And it's difficult to drill down to plant level performance data, maintenance schedules. We really don't know the causes of outages when they happen. We're given very broad outlines as to what they are. So can we get more clarity on that? And finally, absolutely finally, how do you ensure accountability for missed maintenance targets, for project delays, and for persistent plant underperformance? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Mylan. Honorable 3, followed by Honorable Mfugeng.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Chair, let me also appreciate the presentation. And as I've previously said, I think many people have been thanking Eskom for the improvements that we have seen with regards to load shedding. But I did mention that one does not congratulate a fish for swimming. Eskom certainly needs to do the work that it needs to do. And this committee is there to actually hold Eskom to account. And that's certainly what we will do. But I do think, however, Chair, that the improvements that we have seen are noted, and certainly I think the broad South African public have appreciated that. But it is certainly unfortunate that we have been taken backward in a sense with regards to the load shedding that we have seen of recent. I think additionally, it must be noted that that Eskom has contributed to huge damage to South Africa and to South Africans in general, with regards to the load shedding that we've experienced and the negativity that has been seen with regards to education, health, crime fighting, and in particular our economy. With every sense of load shedding that we've had, with every bit of load shedding that we've had, the economy takes a huge knock, and South Africa cannot afford that. With the high unemployment rates that we have, poverty, inequality, and the challenges that South Africa faces, we cannot afford to have persistent load shedding. Chair, let me come now to just my questions. If I heard correctly, just 3 questions. If I heard correctly, Eskom went out to the private sector to assist with regards to mitigate some of the challenges that they've experienced with regards to maintenance and so on, and went out to the private sector, but they said that failed. And so they went back to look at the human resource challenges that Eskom actually has. But maybe what we didn't hear is, why did it fail? Why did their plan fail? And how is their current plan to mitigate load shedding succeeding if the going out to the private sector has actually failed? Then we've heard, Chair, that there's been challenges with regards to experience. And so we have lots of qualified people, but not many experienced people. So the challenge that was presented was that it's not necessarily having qualified people, but also having the people with the experience. So how is this being dealt with? How are we ensuring that Eskom is taking those qualified individuals that we have, but who lack experience, to ensure that they are actually getting the necessary experience? And that also obviously speaks to Eskom possibly in the past letting go of unnecessarily so experienced individuals that we actually had, who are able to do the maintenance that is currently necessary. And then lastly, Chair, and I think that this hinges on my last question with regards to qualification versus experience. And I think Honorable Bapti also touched on this as well. But how much of the experiences that are caused by load shedding is actually due to the human factor and human error? And if there is a percentage, or whatever that particular percentage is, what is being done to rectify this? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Bapti.
Chair.
Honorable Tring, so excuse me. And then followed by Honorable Mfukeng. After Mfukeng, it's Honorable Mbata.
Thank you, Chairperson. Let me also welcome the presentation. Chairperson, on the rollout of 7.2 million meters, I would like to know which provinces are targeted for this project over 3 years, and what criterion was used to determine which province is best suited to benefit from this endeavor. And also, Chair, on the very same issue, I would also like to know the durability of or lifespan of these smart meters. Will they reduce tampering from illegal users in order to avoid unnecessary financial losses? I thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable. I hear that you are held by the flu, but thank you very much for joining. Honorable Mbata, followed by Honorable Fasia. Unmute, please. Unmute, Honorable Mbata.
I don't see Mr. Mbata on the platform any longer, Chair. And I see here the minister is on the platform as well, Chair.
Okay, we'll give him a chance when he's back.
We've lost Mr. Mbata, Chair. Oh, wait, yeah, he's coming back, Chair. He's coming back.
Honorable
Mr. Mbata is back now, Chair.
Okay.
Mr. Mbata?
Okay. Can I continue, Chair?
Unmute, Chair.
Okay, let me start again.
No. You are fine, Mr. Mbata. I was telling Chair to unmute. But you can continue, Mr. Mbata. You are muted again, Mr. Mbata.
Yeah.
There we go.
I think I'm okay. I'm okay now. Thank you very much. Yeah. Thank you very much, Chairperson. Thank you very much to the presentation. I would like to appreciate a couple of things from Eskom. Firstly, it will be appreciated if the 6 years that are planned to revitalize the system are actually stagnated, meaning they are taken from a plan to tell us that it is 6 years. How did you arrive at 6 years? And also, is 6 years easily managed? And if it is, how can it be managed better? Because my worry is that, Chairperson, we can later arrive at 6 years and be told there is an additional 5 years. So if the plan suggests 6 years, how did the plan arrive at 6 years? And can 6 years be shortened? And how can it be shortened? I'm worried about longer years that does not activate the interest of the plan and the interest of the public in terms of service delivery. I'm also worried about the strength of the experience against always hiring professionals. And I even get more worried when I know that in the South African context, the experience is always articulated as being hiring white people. We must be very careful. I would like to see some transparency in some of these initiatives. And the interest of the board here should be to make sure that the policies of the organization and that the organization achieve everything that it needs to achieve within the policies of the organization. Lastly, Chair, there was load shedding yesterday, and I may not be aware as to it affected which areas, but among those other areas, it was Durban, but not Cape Town. I also want to check, how do they choose the areas to load shed? I'm in Cape Town more often, we don't get load shedded. I need to just establish, how do you make decisions which area to load shed at what time? And maybe, is there some factory fault in your decision to an extent that some areas always get escaped from load shedding and others are becoming immediate victims every decision is made? Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Mbata. Honorable Fasi.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I'm also battling with the flu, so I'm just asking for some understanding. I know I'm sounding a bit nasally. Chairperson, let me start by appreciating the presentation of Eskom coming through to the Portfolio Committee on the winter plan, and also for some level of honesty of where we find ourselves now. And this is part of the challenge, right? So I appreciate that there's been an acknowledgement that we're not out of the woods. And that there's also been an acknowledgement that while we were seeing a positive trajectory until late last year, we are starting to see an increase. In fact, we are already seeing an increase in the number of load shedding days. Of course, that's due to unplanned outages, etc., etc. But the reality here is that we were seeing the green shoots of positive change. And I think we got a little bit complacent, for lack of a better word. And there's a need now for us to actually double down. And a need for us to really zero in on some of those issues, because I think the reform agenda within Eskom needs to be heightened, it needs to be enhanced, and frankly, it also needs to be pushed further. Because if we think that we are in a situation now where, of course, we are seeing positive outcomes in terms of more electricity and more energy, rather, that has been produced on a number of different levels and metrics, as is in the presentation, but that doesn't mean that we're out of the woods. And if we were out of the woods, we'd be in a situation, and I'm glad Ministers joined, we'd be in a situation in which, as Minister has said in the past, we want to move from load shedding or the discussion around load shedding towards energy sovereignty, towards energy security. And we're actually not at that point. And I need to emphasize this: when a particular unit goes down in any power station in the country, it should not be causing load shedding. And this is really a really fundamental issue of the point that I'm trying to make here, that we are not where we need to be. I recognize some executives mentioned 6 years. I'm also interested in what that 6-year process looks like. Perhaps, Chairperson, they need to come back with that kind of information, but maybe at a high level today, in terms of that reform agenda, which is fundamental to this discussion. But also we need to be agile. And so we need to be investing in R&D. We need to be investing in different levels of transmission infrastructure, in terms of distribution infrastructure. And that's also a big issue I want to raise here, Chair, that even if we don't have Eskom load shedding, every single day in our communities, people are experiencing load reduction from municipalities across the country. And this is something that we cannot wash our hands of the situation, both as a PC, but also as Eskom and also as the Department of Electricity and Energy. And while we acknowledge it may be a local government issue, that doesn't mean that the gogo on the ground who's trying to look after a number of different children, who's trying to run a small business, etc., she needs to be looked after. And whether it's Eskom or the municipality, or whether it's City Power where I'm from, the reality is that we're not delivering energy security to communities on the ground. And that's something that we really need to look into. So I'm also interested, and perhaps there's an opportunity here for Eskom to expatiate on the distribution side and the load reduction side regarding the winter plan. But I'm also interested in these smart meters. What kind of advocacy are we doing in communities? If somebody from one of our communities is watching today's meeting, do they even know what the smart meter is? Do they even know what the benefits are? And why it's so important for us to ensure that energy losses and energy theft is something that's a matter of the past. But I think, Chair, the really big issue here, and the reality here, is that we're not where we need to be. We really need to push in terms of the progress on that reform agenda, and very importantly, we're not out of the woods in terms of load shedding. And until we are, we need regular updates from Eskom, but also from the department, in terms of, like today, in terms of where we are and why we got here. Because the reality is we can't keep driving those OCGTs as hard as we have been over the last few weeks. And it is important to acknowledge, for the record, Chair, that we are burning less diesel than we have in the past. There is no doubt, the metrics are very clear on this, but we want to get to a situation where we have a stable grid, where any unplanned outages at any power station doesn't cause us to go into a stage 2 or any other kind of stage of load shedding. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, thank you very much, honorable members. Now I'm also skeptical in terms of the winter that is coming. I hear the plan, but I'm really skeptical because all what is happening is supposed to have been acted on time. Yes.
My hand is up. I see you are not recognizing me.
And who are you?
Honorable Shipamba.
Okay. I'm sorry for that. I didn't. Okay. Oh, I also see the hand of Njabeleng.
Correct, Chair.
Okay. No, I was saying that I'm really panicking and also frustrated. Much as I have the plan, I see it, and yeah, maybe the questions that have been asked by honorable members and the ones that are still coming are going to be answered by Eskom and also put us on ease, not panic. I listen myself, Honorable Mailem, from the TV on Mr. Nyati and also the minister. Yeah, I listened to them this morning. Okay, let me give the honorable members over to you, honorable member.
Thank you very much, Chair, and greetings to everyone who's here in the meeting. Chair, I just want to register my serious concern with the Eskom on how they run their operations around the issue of load shedding, because load shedding has actually affected our people for the longest time. And the indicators shows that we're still going to struggle for the next 6 years up until they get their systems correct or they fix whatever needs to be fixed correct, because they are anticipating that it may at least take them 6 years to do so. So our people are doomed. Our people are still going to continue not to have electricity. And most of these people who are affected by these two issues of electricity, either load reduction or load shedding, are the people that are coming from the villages, are the people that are coming from the township, are the people that are actually in the streets, so to say, and no one seems to care about them. Honorable Mbata spoke to say in Cape Town where he is, and I think that can be true, to say there's no problem of load shedding there. Yesterday there was load shedding in the country, but we do not know exactly which areas were directly affected. In the area where I am, we had we had load shedding more than 3 times yesterday. And that comes to a shock that there's a place just next to where I am. We're just separated by the street. That other place does not get to be affected by electricity at all, or by load shedding at all, or by load reduction at all. They always have electricity that side. The street where we are, there's always no electricity. But we are just separated by the street. And I don't understand why do we have such type of selections. Who get to select where and how people get to be load shaded or they get load reduction? It seems like there's someone who's operating these things from elsewhere. There's a place in Mamelodi, Chair, called Nelmefias extension 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, and 8. They have never had electricity at all. If it's not load reduction, it's load shedding. And what actually worries me most about this area is that they don't even get notification. They just wake up, there's no electricity. They don't even get anything that explains to say tomorrow from 2 o'clock to 3 o'clock you won't have electricity, so that this at least they can prepare themselves, because we know we don't have electricity in South Africa. At least update these people in time. There's no updates that are coming through. These people just get to be shocked they don't have electricity, and they don't even know if electricity is not, there's no electricity from 1 o'clock in the afternoon. What time is the electricity going to come back? It takes close to 4 to 5 hours, and then it comes back again. So it's a serious problem. So I heard the minister is here. I just want to find out from the minister to say, how do you intend to help these people of Mamelodi? How do you help, intend to deal with this issue of load shedding? Because really 6 years is too much. 6 years is too much. We are coming from a very disturbing situation of load shedding, and we're still experiencing these things. Please, the minister can assist us, and also go and assist these people of Mamelodi, the extensions that I've mentioned. I think he knows this place very well, minister. He knows this place very well. It will be easy for him to navigate and get to that place and go and see what I'm talking about now, because those people there are struggling and are actually in a serious problems. When there's no electricity, their food get rotten, their stuff get burned. Now is June. Learners are expected to go and write their mid-year examinations. They are always in a dark. How are they going to prepare themselves to go and write exams? So this issue of load shedding is a serious problem, to an extent that if we don't put an effort in addressing it, we are going to have a serious problem in South Africa, to an extent that it will even contribute negatively to the growth and the economy of this country. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable Nchabile.
Thank you so much, Chair. And to the esteemed board, the minister, as well as the deputy minister, the department DG, as well as the CEO of Eskom and the executives of Eskom. I take this opportunity to really thank you, Chair, for having given us this opportunity to literally have enough time to work on this particular issue of Eskom, as well as how we can align this utility to become one of the best positioned. Up to today, the format is a bit different, because you could see, as members, that we have asked for a much more relaxed time so that we can have an engaged discussion where we could raise questions and engage with the responses. So I don't want to, at this point, I'm just going to throw in a question, but at some point I would like to come back and say, how can we have a discussion between the executives? Because there are some questions I would like to engage, particularly with the CEO on a one-on-one basis, and then ask as to, the ideas as to where they are focusing on, because there's some strategic insights as well as inputs we would like to give. So let me start with this one particular one, saying that one, Eskom is tasked with the responsibility of providing electricity. You are in the business of electricity supply, electricity generation, electricity distribution and transmission. But I frequently hear this problem that Eskom is now focusing on switching off its plants. There's this obsession to say, shut down your own generation units, shut down your plants, shut down your operations, and make sure that you are coming out of the current system of actually producing electricity out of coal. And now the focus is now primarily being on saying we are now chasing this particular issue of saying we want to become now the cleanest, most environmentally friendly utility at the expense of South Africa's economy. So when we say that Eskom is no longer focusing on electricity generation, which is the mandate of the law, our law says clearly that Eskom must produce electricity at the cheapest rate possible and make sure that it's commercially viable. But we're not seeing that focus that is driving to say, let's upgrade the EAF, which is electricity availability factor, by making sure that we reduce the levels of this currently unplanned, capacity load factors. And this is a serious issue. You can't say you're in a business of electricity generation
And the next thing you're telling us that you're failing to produce electricity. What kind of a customer will take any business serious when they say today they have a product, tomorrow they don't have it, and it's not guaranteed? So I think at some point we have to move out of this mindset that because it's a state-owned entity, we have to operate it at a laissez-faire, laissez-daisy environment of operation. There has to be some level of seriousness where we need to take the country into its essence. We say we want to develop, we want to improve the economy, but everybody knows you cannot develop anything and improve any economy unless your electricity supply is guaranteed and is stable and is firm and it can be delivered where it is needed across the country. So far, we don't have that confidence, and I'm sorry to say that as much as we were excited when load shedding ended, just before the elections started. It was an exciting thing that at least for once we can have some reprieve. Now we are being literally brought back into a load shedding slight crisis. Now it's actually introduced like biki biki. And then soon we will be told we might be going into stage 6 and then it's a crisis. Because at the rate of the EAF level, you can see that the performance is still not picking up. We're still sitting at 13,000 in terms of unplanned breakdowns, which means for the last 2 years, there's only been a 3,000 recovery. Only 3,000. So I don't want to go deeper into this issue. That's why I said I want to have a one-on-one with the board, one-on-one with the CEO, one-on-one with the chairs and the people responsible in the process so that we can really have some answers to this particular issue. And then the issues of finance, the issues of HR and everything. So I'm just going to hold my question here to come later on an interactive session. Thank you so much, Chair.
Thank you very much, honorable members. I just want to acknowledge the presence of the Minister and also the DM, if she is also joined us. And we heard that they have joined the cabinet, and we hope that at least it's also going to assist. Can I give over to the team? And you'll delegate them, Chairperson.
Thank you very, very much, Chair, and also allow me to acknowledge the presence of the Minister, and should the Deputy Minister be with him as well as his team. Thank you, Minister, for joining us. We were missing you. Chair, let me start by saying that when I hear you use the word panic, that one can absolutely empathize with that. I personally, I have an elderly aunt who is permanently on an oxygen machine, and every time I hear the word load shedding, I have a mini panic attack. But we certainly want to make sure that neither you nor me ever have to deal with panic attacks as a result of Eskom's activities. Chair, I'm just going to very quickly focus on the HR components because that falls within the ambit of my committee. I will then ask Mr. Leroux to just deal with, and I'm giving him a heads up, to just deal in particular with the 6-year issue, because that's something that he has raised, as well as the accountability, how the board holds management accountable, because most of that work is being done through his committee. And I'll also ask Clive to also just talk a little bit about the Eskom's step change around the plants and how we're seeing the future and that transition. As we're straddling almost a parallel universe from that perspective. And we certainly, Honourable Ntshabaleng, we don't want to go picky, just to use your own phrasing, but to get us to where we absolutely need to be as a country. We really take the economy and the well-being of the citizens of this country very seriously, especially in the times that we find ourselves now with all the global uncertainty. Chair, there were at least three of the members who made reference to the human resources. Honorable Bhatti, you asked around the question, what are really the underlying issues? Is it HR, the human capital, or is it the hardware? The short answer is that it is a combination of factors. And when Dan comes back into answering the questions, he will be able to give us a little more insight in terms of what it actually means in terms of the root causes, because we have gone through a root cause analysis. But Clive touched on the issue of experience, and Honourable Tring, you also bring through the question around experience versus qualified. And it's one of the issues that we grappled with right from the beginning as the Human Capital and Remuneration Committee, is understanding that when you're talking about competence, that essentially there are two pillars that you need before you can say a professional is competent. The one pillar is the qualification, because you do need to have that theoretical understanding. But the other pillar is the experience, and lots of the things that are taught in theory, you actually only really truly understand in being able to be agile. And Honorable Hassan, you made reference to the agility, is the years of actually practicing what you have been taught in theory. And it does take some time, especially when you're dealing with significant complexity around our technical matters. So for us, it is something that we, right from the beginning, we have been focusing on to get the organization to go back, because there was a time that we really had a very, very, very strong plan in terms of an implemented plan around human resources, where we made sure that our people went through very, very, very good processes of becoming competent under supervision. In some place, if you look at what SACWA's phrasing is around this, is where we talk about today learnerships. In the old days, we used to talk about EPIs, for example, but it is important for us to do that. So there is a significant amount of focus on that, and making sure that we're building the pipeline, because one of the things that we found coming in is that the pipeline essentially had been decimated to some degree, and we're also looking at it from a leadership component, through the leadership lens, because you've got those two. You've got the technical skills, but there's also a leadership skill that we're working on building. I think, Honourable Mbata, you're the one who asked the question around experience, but in particular, you brought in the race component, and whether we as the board are focusing on ensuring that we bring about significant balance in terms of who we're training, how we're making sure that we are reflective as an organization of the population of South Africa. And I'm adding words to what you said. And I can, and you also made reference to the policies, and I can confirm to you that Eskom's policies absolutely aligned in terms of bringing about the transformation. But if you look at our numbers today, and if we, Chair, we would be more than happy to provide the numbers, the insight, so that you can see how the transformation has taken place already, and how what is happening in the pipeline, and where our focus is. Our bigger concern at the more senior levels is gender. We are battling it a little bit from that perspective, but it's getting real serious attention from the board, and we want to make sure that we bring that change that we need to. I think just the last issue on the human issue is, I think it was you, Honourable Tring, who asked about the human error. how much of what we're seeing can be attributed to human error. And I'll leave that for Dan to answer when he comes in to answer questions. But at this point, Honourable Mbana, I'll just hand over to Clive. Zev, Clive, if you can just specifically talk to the 6-year issue that you raised. How did we arrive at that? What can be done to reduce that? And I suppose part of the conversation that you need to just bring through is, does this mean 6 years of doom? Or does it mean 6 years to an absolute state where we want to be, but what happens in the 6 years? And you can hear there's quite a bit of concern that's coming around there through from the members around that. The accountability, how the board holds the management accountable through your committee. And then also, I think it was Honourable Nchabeling who raised the issue of switching off the plants, and we have made a change step there. If you could maybe just focus on that a little bit, and then Chair, we will then hand over to Dan to answer the rest of the questions, because those are really questions for management. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's give over to the one whom we are giving it to. Over to you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Yes. Are you getting a picture and are you getting sound? Just to confirm.
Yes, both.
Thank you very much.
Get both. Yes. Carry on.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. The first question that I was asked to respond to is the why a 6-year program. So the way I'd like to express it, I'm going to talk a little bit longer than just a cold answer, because of some previous comments that this was an opportunity for us to talk to each other openly and transparently. So that's what I'm going to do. When you buy a motor car, you buy it with the engineer specifying an oil change every 15,000 kilometers and a major service every 30,000 kilometers. The plants that Eskom buys and operates have exactly the same information from the original equipment manufacturers, specifying the outage times associated with doing major overhauls, doing inspections, and doing minor checks and minor replacements. Some of the equipment requires the whole unit to be shut down. Some of the equipment has obsolete or spare components that can be used without shutting the whole unit down. That outage cycle is 6 years. So for each and every unit to go through the full cycle of maintenance, where the oil is changed every 2 years, where the inspection is done once every 6 years, 2 years apart from the oil change, but the oil change is also done, and then the major overhaul, which takes much longer and requires everything to be stripped down and damaged parts to be replaced. That cycle is 6 years. If you have a look at the ability to take outages, and we can have, and I'm going to give you an example of how the numbers come to up to 6 years. So to understand, this is not a highly variable element. If each shutdown of a unit takes 3 months arbitrarily to do the work, and these are big machines, the boilers on each are nearly the size of the Carlton Centre. They are massive machines. If each unit takes 3 months to do an outage, and you have 12.5% planned outage rate, which is roughly the median of what Eskom does, then it's going to take about 50% comes off in any given year. That means it takes 2 years for all the machines to come off once. And if you're on a three outage cycle to get through the inspection and the major overhaul on each machine, that's 6 years. It is not a number that came out of a plan. It's a number that comes out of the maintenance requirements on these machines as designed by the original equipment manufacturers. It is a fairly fixed number unless you want to gamble with two things. One is the reliability of the equipment without being serviced. The other is do you have enough manpower and skills to actually run more than 12.5% outages at any given time? And do you have enough money to pay for the very high cost of these outages? All of those, keeping the grid stable, having enough resources, and having enough money to do the work is what sets the 6-year timeframe. I think it's very important to say it doesn't mean nothing happens for 6 years. It means that the start of the performance to the end of the performance is a 6-year period. But as you cycle through that, you are slowly improving different parts of different machines. And after 6 years, you've had one shot at repairing everything on each machine. So we will continue to see an improvement as we did last year, we hope. Failing the other elements like human resources, experience base, the ability to obtain spare parts. All of that will determine how successful this 6-year program will be. We will continue to reduce load shedding as we go through this program in terms of our generation recovery plan intent. A second point that we were asked to look at is how is this board seeing the management of the existing electricity generating assets? This board inherited a picture from a previous board and the previous chief executive that was focused on addressing clean energy. And in my personal opinion, led to the coal plant staff feeling neglected, left out, and they had no future. The decommissioning plan produced by that board and that chief executive was a fast shutdown of all the coal plant units in something called the 2035 production plan. This board said that the consequence of that plan is that we'd be shutting down coal-fired units for the sake of clean energy when the penetration of clean energy was going slower than the IRP had forecast, and that we were having more load shedding than we liked by far. So this board has changed that 2035 plan some years ago, removed it and replaced it with what we call the 2030 plan. The 2030 plan only runs for the next 5 years because we have an environmental impact that has not yet been clarified with regard to keeping some of the old power stations online. Essentially, the 2030 plan says we will take coal power stations off as the performance of the remaining fleet, individual power producers as well as Eskom, meets the demands of the country for electricity. Rather than taking them off to meet a CO2 commitment, you will keep them on to meet an economic growth perspective. So the current view of this board and the Eskom executives is to run the coal plants as needed to stop load shedding. It's a major shift in what was previously happening in Eskom, and it is one of the contributors to improving the morale of the staff located at those power stations, because they have now become useful to the economy instead of useless in the previous picture of shutting down as fast as possible. To the Eskom acting board chair, I think that covers the items you asked me to deal with, so I'll hand back to you or the group chief executive or the portfolio committee chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Clive. Chair, with your permission, I'll hand over to Dan, who will take us through the rest of the questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Dr. Panek. Chair, I will share some of the questions with my colleague here, Becky, sitting with me. And I know that we also have Alois online to deal with the distribution-related questions. And thanks to Clive for explaining the 6-year cycle and contextualizing it within the journey of improved performance that should put us in a space of being able to meet demand as we progress that way, as we saw last year, and as we're saying, the two markers that are perhaps much more easier for the public to understand is the improvement in the EAF and also the additional capacity as we bring it on board. And we've explained that when we do maintenance and we do it at higher levels than like we have done in the last few months, the EAF gets affected because the EAF is really something that falls out of your plant maintenance component giving you available capacity. So a 2-3% increase in plant maintenance will mean that we have consciously taken a decision to reduce the EAF that is available, Honorable Miriam. And we have explained this every week, in fact. Every Friday, 5 p.m., we issue a system power alert. We talk about what the EAF for that week was, what level of maintenance was being done, and how it compares to the previous year. This is where we also talk to you about how much diesel was used that week, how much diesel was used year to date up to that week, and how it compares to the previous years. This level of detail saw us moving our power alerts every Friday to from just half a page a year ago to almost 2 pages because we have been transparent. We put these numbers. We help even analysts to improve their story and their vision because we realize the importance of their messaging through to the public. And there's been an acknowledgement. I know that one of the biggest commentator on these aspects used data right at the beginning of this financial year. And when you interpret it very narrowly, you get a different picture. But when you start looking at the holistic part of it, they were humble enough to come back and write an article that explains that we are actually doing much more maintenance than we've done in the last 2 years. And that's why the EAF is looking at the level that it is. It doesn't take away the issue that we ourselves have explained, that we are unhappy with the slippages coming from maintenance, plant maintenance, and we need to address them because those do place us under the kind of pressures that we have seen yesterday. The issue of transparency in terms of us notifying the committee just before we initiate load shedding, and I'll be specific here so that we can really get to a space where we are comfortable with each other. The responsible structure within the organization that operationally took decisions around load shedding met between 11 and 12 yesterday. At 12:25, we notified the shareholder minister, our executive responsible, of what is likely to be happening, which is the time at which we notified the board. At 12:58, we notified the committee in line with the ask that was placed before us through the committee secretary. So there's 20 minutes differential between the notification of the two. We used the wording of the press statement that we had prepared because we wanted to lend the message as simple as it is for the honorable members, knowing that between the board and the minister, we use a lot of jargon. They understand, they're all the time with us, and they understand the technicalities. And we're sensitive to how we present that message. So we acted at the earliest opportunity to really inform the committee. And I just wanted to make sure that the committee does not think that we did not hear the request that I placed before in terms of the request for engagement. There was no malice intended here. It was a notice given just before 1 p.m. for a commencement of load shedding that was going to start at 4 p.m. And that notice, we actually took even a view of explaining what we see for the next 2 days. And also explain that we will review that position and update every day after midday as we go through. So I just wanted to put this thing to bed in terms of the communication and transparency from our side. We have we've taken the point around the data portal in terms of its ease of use. I'll talk to the team internally. I know a lot of people use our data portal and they actually extract data, and many of the analysts that are writing stories in many of the articles and papers do visit the site often. We'll see how we can make it much more easier for consumption by all aspects of people of our society. We do, however, caution that we don't put all our lives on that document, on that portal. We don't put every little thing about every detail of the power station. We provide sufficient information for the public to know where we are headed to. Otherwise, it will become a huge exercise and effort for us to be in that area. We'll review its usefulness to the extent and how easy it is to access. The aspect relating to what load shedding incidents were due to human error, we have reported to this committee before that the incidents relating to the 5 incidents earlier this year, we attributed the different root causes for it. And in those 5, we really put a pin 1 to human error, but also indicated that there's clear indication of failures around systems, processes, and people, and hence resolution of going back to address all of this holistically, because it is the combination of these things that make us fail from one station to another. It is that approach that we are taking in working with our OEMs and dealing with the same topics. If you're talking about skills, whether you are an Eskom employee or you are a contractor employee on an Eskom site, the level of your skill is important because it is the combined effort in dealing with maintenance on our sites that yield the results that we want. So the conversations myself and Becky are having with our counterparts in the private sector companies that service us, the service companies we have are private sector. They have the same challenges at varying degrees as we experience, and we have resolved to start working much more closely in addressing and closing those gaps from those sides. And we see this as an evolution of our efforts of fixing this business. We've dealt with easier things. We are now realizing that as we go up, there's more stubborn areas that require attention. We are attending to them and we're responding to them. And as I've said earlier today, what's important is for the management team to be able to realize what is shifting or what is not coming in as initially anticipated, and redirecting and doubling down our efforts in that space to go to make sure that we can sustain the improvements that we had seen before. We also came to this committee 2 weeks ago. 2 weeks ago, we came to this committee and shared our shareholder compact. Through that shareholder compact story and delivery, we also touched on a strategic direction. We shared with this committee that it is our intention, sanctioned by the board with full support from shareholder, to also increase our generation capacity from a renewable perspective, that we will add renewables into our fleet going forward. So the question that's been asked in terms of, why are we here or what are we doing in this regard? We are very clear that this is not, for us, it's not an issue of either or, coal or renewables. We see room for all technologies going forward as we increase the capacity of electricity supply, because we're not solving for just meeting the current demand. We're solving for a solution that will enable enough energy to activate or to promote economic growth in the country, understanding the importance of electricity. And it was within that context that we are doing, and we have set ourselves up to implement our strategy in as far as the growth of renewables is concerned, to support the country's IRP when it comes. We are hoping it will have the same focus it had on nuclear, and we are ready to also implement the country's strategies around nuclear capacity going forth in this area. The question relating to there are a number of questions around areas of supply and the load shedding schedules and so on. Let me just say that this Cape Town is under the city of the areas in Cape Town. Many of them are covered by the city of Cape Town. It's a metro. It runs electricity distribution, and they'll have their own load shedding schedules that are also published. So those are not affected by Eskom. They are run by the city in the same way as the city of Johannesburg through City Power has got its own schedules. or the city of Tshwane for that matter, that services Nelmapias and provides electricity to Nelmapias in a number of areas where runs the electricity distribution. These are not Eskom areas, but I know that they do publish their schedules themselves in terms of load shedding. The 7.2 million smart meters rollout that we are planning to install, these are replacement smart meters. These are existing customers of prepaid in our space. What this new smart meters will allow us to do is to really be able to manage our customers at an individual levels. It will also improve our revenue collection. It will assist with meter tampering that leads to illegal connections. And it will also give us the ability to foresee challenges that our customers may have and be more responsive or proactively responsive in terms of assisting them. The municipalities are also doing smart meter rollouts backed by National Treasury, many of them as part of their conditions of the National Treasury Municipality Debt Relief Program to help them improve their revenue collections, but also to improve service delivery. So municipalities and provinces will deal with this aspect within the ambit of their responsibility of providing electricity to the areas that they're responsible for. For Eskom, that number is 7.2 million. It may move by a few hundred, depending on how we continue to reduce the illegal connections and meter bypasses that exist in other parts. And those meters remain functional for at least 15 years based on the warranties from the municipalities, from the manufacturers. I think the questions around the makeup of our professionals and the recruitment have been addressed by the Ek, and we do take the advice that we should stick to our processes and company policies when it comes to this aspect. There was a question around IPPs. Maybe if you can just give a sense of how much contributions we're getting for the IPPs. I think the point I just want to make now is come end of July this year, the big capacity expected from Eskom, 2.5 gigawatts to contribute to the overall grid, will have been delivered. And the next area that the country needs to turn its attention on is to really see how the schedule of executing on the IPP project is unfolding, because there is an implicit assumption there that that capacity is going to come in at a particular time. When there are slippages in the execution of the program, the fallback position becomes Eskom. And so we are very clear that we need to create as much attention on the execution of those projects for our path going forward in terms of security of supply.
Yeah, thanks, Dan. Good morning to Chair and the committee and to the board. Chair, in terms of the IPP contribution, I think now we are also with the sun that we are getting now. I must say it is quite good in terms of the, obviously it's variable. You will find that now during the day you will get a lot of sun, but obviously during the peak, especially evening peak, that's when it goes down, which also impacts the capacity that is there. So sometimes you also get the wind during that time. So I think when we do the focusing and the plan, we take everything that is available, take the contribution from the IPPs, from the Eskom, and then all the reserve. And then with the system operator keeping the reserve that he needs on top of that, then that's how the capacity for the day is done. But the contribution is quite good, especially on the days like this. In summer months, we had not received that good because of all the rains that we were having there. Maybe just then one point to add as well, because I think the issue of qualifications also sometimes get misconstrued. For us, qualification is at all levels, because for us to be an artisan, you need to qualify as an artisan. Sometimes people associate qualification to degrees and all, but most of our staff, if to be an operator in our plant, there is a specific training you go to. even if you've got a degree, you can't come and operate our plant without going through that training. So it is something that is structured like that, so that we don't lose the issue of saying Eskom is focusing on qualification. Yes, we do actually, because it's really fundamental to the maintenance and operations of our plant. So I just wanted to clarify that point as well. Then I think most of the other points you did cover them there. But there was just a point from Honorable Fasira about focusing on R&D, which we fully agree. There is a huge focus from ourselves as well on that, because most of the issues that were coming in also was about, from the committee previously, about what are we doing with clean coal and all of those. We did indicate to the committee previously that we will come back once we have also shared with the board what we are doing. So R&D is something that we are heavily investing on as well to make sure that we deal with all other issues, because we have also picked up that just closing the coal plant is not addressing the problem. So there is other related problems that we are dealing with. Thanks, Dan. Thanks.
The last question, maybe the question to respond to from my side, is a question from Honorable Maxim. He asked us to, I think Clive indicated that we went to a private sector and what failed. What Clive wanted to explain is that the approach that we had taken before of going to engineering consulting companies in some areas did not yield the desired results in terms of the familiarity with the utility operations. There are consulting entities within established utilities globally, and so what you get from there is both the technical insights, but also the operational experience that then works much more better for us. And it is for that reason that, as part of our lessons from the earlier part of this year, we have really looked at the scope of engagement with some of these utilities that have got consulting firms that are working with us, and made them to come much more closer in the planning, both from a scope perspective, making sure that the skill sets that they bring forth is of a particular level to add value to us, and also in areas where they're able to help expedite with acquisition of spare parts, that they take the A around this aspect. It's really an improvement of our planning approach with intent to minimizing the slippages of outages once we take the machines for execution. And we are very happy to work with these utilities and the specialist areas in the space. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Dan and the team. Sorry, Dan, I may have missed it, but there are one or two things that I didn't hear clearly in terms of answering the questions. The one is the advocacy around the smart meters and how do we ensure that our communities on the ground are fully aware. And the other question, I think, was around the transmission network's ability to handle 100% generation, and maybe we can just quickly touch on that. I think, there was one question around all the money that we had been given, how that money was used, so we can just bring about clarity around those. If Dan could just quickly answer those for us, and then I think it seems to me, Chair, that we have answered all the questions. Thank you. I hope we haven't missed anything.
Yeah, I'll deal with the last two, and with Louise online, invited to just talk about the advocacy programs and the collaboration with the communities in areas where there's illegal connections and the campaigns that she'll address that. But from a transmission line capacity, again, Chair, with this committee in the last 2 weeks when we're here dealing with our shareholder compact, we indicated the areas of focus from our shareholder ministry that talks about transmission lines to add, and also the facilitation of the independent transmission players to participate in the construction of the transmission lines. These two approaches intended to accelerate new lines towards the 14,000 kilometers that we want, recognizing that where we are now, We are transmission limited, is a fact. We are not having sufficient capacity in areas where the national resources of solar and wind are located. So as we speak today, we do not have sufficient capacity to move the generation, transmission capacity to move generation capacity that exists in there. Some developments have happened in the last year, in the last week, Chair. We have previously submitted through NTCSA a request to NERSA to permit what we call curtailment for the purposes of enabling further 3,500 or so of capacity that could come into the grid. And NERSA has, as a regulator, has applied their minds and they've allowed for that under particular conditions. That should see us free up or be able to connect more of the wind, in particular from the Southern Capes and the Western Cape, as we wish to do to alleviate the challenge at the moment. Our big focal point is on making sure that the 14,000 build program picks up momentum as soon as possible, and the Ministry and National Treasury is working with NTCSA to drive this part. What have we done with all the money that's been given through to us thus far? That money was intended to reduce our debt so that our debt service costs can be lower. It was meant to enable us to execute the kind of maintenance programs that we are doing in Becky's area, but it was also meant to help us go with the initial phases of building up the transmission network that is so desperately needed by the country. When we are done with all of this, we will be in a position to have a lower debt than we had, 450. We should be able to service it at the current tariff levels. We need to double up on our own internal efficiency programs to make sure that we reduce our costs or improve our cost efficiency. And then lastly, that's why we are making so much noise about this. We need to resolve the Munich debt. The Munich debt that is spiraling out of control is running the risk of undermining the benefits coming out of the debt relief program, and we need the totality of the situation. This is an area that we have engaged this committee on very rigorously in the past 2 months, and we are grateful that there's an undertaking to support us in various ways in the areas where we have influence. But we need to find a solution to that as well, so that we don't have the Munich debt, the debt relief program impact being negated by the Munich debt escalations. Anyways, maybe if we can talk to the programs with the communities.
So much, and good morning to all the colleagues on the call. In terms of the programs that we have education community programs and campaigns regularly prior to the deployment of any particular technology. So in the case of the smart meters, before we install the meters and we put it in the customer's house, there is an education program explaining what the meter is doing, what the functionality is, and really in a nutshell, just how to use the meter. We are rolling out the smart meters so that we can enable load limiting, which is the solution to the load reduction, and that's the intention of why we are embarking on this particular strategy. And in addition to us informing the customer about the smart meter, we also then educate them around the functionality of load limiting. So the deployment of the smart meters across the country, there's no specific criteria for it. It will be across the entire country. Our education campaigns, our community program campaigns, as well as information sent to customers so that they are informed of the various differences and changes from a technology perspective to assist them in the use of their smart meters. Thank you, Chair. Back to you.
Thank you, Chair. From our side, it seems that we have answered all of the questions that were raised. I'll hand it back to you if there are any additional questions for us.
Okay, thank you very much. Let me check, are there any follow-ups from the honorable members so that we can also give the minister, if the minister is still around?
I don't see the minister on the platform, Chair.
Chair, I have a follow-up.
Okay, follow-up. Honorable Mbata.
Yes, Chair. Thank you very much, Chair.
Excuse me. Tlamulo, is the minister going to come back or check with him? Thanks.
Good morning, Chair. He has since joined the cabinet meeting. I don't think he's going to come back to the platform.
Okay. Okay, it's fine. Follow-ups, Honorable Mbata.
Yes, thank you very much, Chairperson. My question, Chair, in terms of the details of the 6 years, what was only covered, Chair, it was the technical aspect in terms of the replacement and the technicalities that are involved in the infrastructure for some of the coal mines in particular and what they require to, for much of the case, of the equipment and what time will they require that equipment. I asked a question about the overall 6-year plan. And one of my specific questions was, is there a way, if this is a plan, to actually pull it back a little bit and make sure that if it's implemented slower, it doesn't damage. I did not involve the economy, but I think the intention is when you implement a plan slower, that was going to be drastically damaging to the economy and to the country and to the people. It means that you are in any way safeguarding the interest of the country by making sure that the slow you implement it, you are quite aware of the damaging effect that it will do if it's implemented drastically. Now, we just get told of 6 years, and then we get boiled down into spares. That's not our interest. Our interest is the overall plan. Thank you, Chair.
Chair, my hand is up.
Chairperson, you're still muted.
Chair.
Is Chair still on the platform?
She is still on the platform, yes.
Let's just give her a minute or two.
I'm
issue.
sorry, I have forgotten to unmute.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Continue.
Mr. Nchabileng's hand was raised, Chair.
I don't know whether it's the legacy hand or is it a new hand.
No, it's a new hand.
Honorable Nchabileng?
Yes, Chair. Thank you so much.
Okay.
Yeah, I think much appreciation for some of the responses that has been provided. I think let's go back to what I wanted to do, which was really, experimenting with an interactive session here where we wanted to engage directly with the executives. Let me start with the CEO before I go back to the board. I think CEO Braden, the key issue here is that we're not satisfied with the answers because we get given these answers regularly on the presentations, right? Where we are told that Eskom is improving, Eskom is focusing, but at the same time, the numbers are not tallying up. You're still sitting at a crisis of a 13,000 unplanned, capacity loss factor, which is a massive issue. You haven't moved below to a point where you can even sit at 10%, 10,000 megawatts of plants that are currently sitting and not working. For over the last 5 years, if I can be correct, right, there has been this problem of 16,000 megawatts that are not available and have caused load shedding stage 6. You have just reduced it from 16,000 to 13,000, which means only 3,000 was recovered. Over the last period that the new board has been in charge, over the last period that you have been the CEO of Eskom, and you have had your executives. So what seems to be the problem? I hear the issue that Eskom doesn't have skills. Is that the real issue? Eskom does not have spare capacity and parts. So can we have an interactive session where you can just give us an honest view and version of what really is happening? These plants are not working, they're sitting. It's been a period of over 5 years where 13,000 megawatts of electricity units is not available. What is happening there? What are the real problems? Because we understand there are minimum emission standards that must be met. Is that the reason why these plants are not functional? And even what my colleague said, when he says that we are told that 6 years it will take to repair, and really finalize the whole actually overhaul of Eskom. And then, and Dr. Clive tells you a technical process of revitalizing a power plant, which takes 6 to 7 years of maintenance schedule. And then after that, when you do another 6 to 7 years, you have a totally renewed plant. But that's all technical. We're not getting to the core of the issue. So can you just explain to us, CEO, what are really the fundamental problems? Why are these plants not working? I just want to have a conversation with you on this one.
Chair, there are 2 questions through you. It seems like those were all the hands.
I have another chair through the chairperson of the
There's
portfolio.
Honorable Fasia's hand.
Thank you very much, Chair. I was worried you didn't see my hand, but I appreciate your acknowledgement. Chair, I just want to follow up on the plans to increase capacity. Let me start with generation for this financial year. So I think we were getting the high level picture of what the long-term plan may be, but we need to understand what is, and this is now also within the maintenance program, what are the plans particularly to increase the generation capacity for this particular year, but also what are the associated costs? And that's very important because, of course, we are yet to be presented or tabled with Budget 3.0, but that is something that has seized this portfolio committee, of course, the Fiscus, National Treasury, all of us, because there is just not enough money in the Fiscus to fund our ambitions sometimes. And that's why I'm interested in the costs. But in addition to that, Chair, generation is one thing, transmission is equally as critical. And it seems to some extent we're getting generation a bit better off. But in terms of transmission, I mean, what are we doing to kickstart the transmission grid and its maintenance? It's very important we can get all the generation we need, but if we can't take it to the consumer, if we can't take it to businesses, and we have aging and ailing infrastructure, that's going to be a cause of further load reduction and further outages. So I'm just interested, particularly in this financial year, particularly the one that's up and coming for the budget. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, honorable members. Over to you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you, honourable members, for those questions. I'm going to ask Dan to address those, and then also in particular, Dan, if you can talk about the pace around the 6 years. That question has been asked by Honourable Bata. And then Clive, if you do have any additional thoughts that you would want to add after Dan. Thanks, Dan.
Thank you, Dr. Fonek. Chair, I'll leave Clive and Becky to talk a bit about the 6-year plan. What I heard from Honourable Bata is whether we can not delay some of the activities when they become available in terms of maintenance execution so that we can cushion the economy from negative impacts. I just want to warn that part of the reasons why we are here is because previously when money was not available, maintenance that was due at a particular time was not executed, and the implications or the impact in terms of reliability are quite negative. So you need to balance this very carefully. This is driving your car beyond its due date of oil change. The damage can be quite catastrophic, and the recovery behind that is not something that you do by clawing back on the days that you've skipped. These aspects do deteriorate much more further. But let me address the issue raised by Honourable Chaveleng. On slide 14 of our presentation, we map out the trajectory of the unplanned losses from April 2023, May 2023. We show there that the average drop in terms of unplanned losses from that period to now, which is essentially a period corresponding to the generation recovery plan execution, has yielded some 5 gigawatts of capacity freed from the installed capacity of our plants. We are very clear that the quickest, and we are clear from the onset, the quickest way to address load shedding was to release the capacity in your installed infrastructure in terms of the power plants that exist. Of course, we do have hiccups, like we have shown in the months of Jan, Feb, and March, where the unplanned losses spiked. There's a period that corresponded to the areas when we had those incidents of load shedding. We have said we have understood what has caused that. It has got to do more with the combination of a high percentage out for plant maintenance, but also the slippages in plant maintenance when the units are supposed to be back, and hence the efforts that we are now doubling down on in as far as making sure that we are from an execution point of view, we are very, very sharp. The plans for increasing capacity from Honorable Hassan, the capacity that we are adding this calendar year, or maybe starting from last December, is actually the life extension of Kube 2, the Kusile Unit 6, that is the last of the build program, and then the recovery of Unit 4 at Medupi, which essentially will all give us this 2.5 gigawatts that will be added to our baseline going forth. From the numbers perspective, in terms of what will it cost us, we are happy to share those details. We can drop a note through to the Secretariat of what the overall costs are, but those projects are in their final stages. They've been going on for quite some time. Chair, we do not have a lot to talk about the details of transmission grid and its maintenance, because today we are coming to address the winter plan, and the system plan for, for the system status in as far as supply demand is concerned. 2 weeks ago, when we came to discuss the shareholder compact, we had these numbers around the targets for kilometers, line kilometers to be attained, in the 3-year planning window and a 5-year planning window. We're very happy to revisit those and send through to the committee, and if required, to have a very focused session around what's happening in the transition space. We are more topic focused for today, and we apologize that perhaps it's not coming as if it's an important part for us. It is important. There are 3 things that are important for us within Eskom now. It's stabilizing our operations, it's making sure that we pivot to facilitate the reforms that are happening within the industry, and that talks to us in as far as our own structures are concerned internally, and it's also about setting ourselves and our business to be ready to exist and provide meaningful contribution in a reformed industry going forward with a refined business model. We're doing all of this at the same time. When we talk about one, at some point we may sound like it is the only thing we're doing. We're doing all of these things at the same time. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Becky, did you want to add anything to that?
Yeah, Chair, thank you, Chair. Maybe on the issue of the 6 years, maybe I was just thinking, Chair, let me use Busile Unit 6 that we just brought in now. This unit has got a 50-year life. We know that in terms of the design. So the 6-yearly schedule that Club was talking to, it talks to that. Say for the next 50 years, these are the years that this unit need to be off for its major overhauls. And then we need also the 6 units that we see, that's one. So you need to factor all of them into different years. Then you bring Matimba, you bring Kubek, and then the whole thing that built into 12% that we normally work for, because anything above that, and I think as a company and the skill set and the capacity of our shops, I think it would be just gambling if you take more work than that. We would be running ourselves into so the plan is really to try and stick with that, because what has happened over the years, that's why now we are in a crunch with our upgrade for the control systems and all of those things. We are now running longer outages because we piled this thing backwards. So we agree with Honorable Chaplain that 13,000 is not our destiny, actually. It's actually, we are working hard. You will see that maybe what we are not surfacing, Chair, is that the units that we have worked on, how are they performing compared to before? Because although you get into the stations, out of the whole fleet of the units, over the past 2 years, it means maybe on average per station, you have seen 2 units. Obviously, there has been some years there as well, and then because of the additional projects that you are implementing, that's why it get affected. So I agree with Dan that to slow down now when we have this plan, the issue is for us to work the plan that has been approved, not compromise in terms of what are the standards and norms, because we are catching up. One of the catch up we are doing, I think Clive did talk to say 5 years ago, there was a view to say these stations are not going to run, so don't spend any money on them. So because we're going to shut down almost. So all of those things now, there is a catch up, and then you need to also try and stay on. So those are the things, Honorable Chamberlain, that we are currently dealing with. It's not a straightforward but your point is right about the performance at 13,000, that we are not comfortable there. We want to see it going down as well. And that is really the end goal. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Becky. Clive, were there any additional thoughts that you would have wanted to add?
No, thanks, Chair. I think it's been said.
Thank you, Clive. Chair, I'm handing back to you.
Thank you, Chairperson. I think for now, we are done with Eskom. If there is anything that we would love also to ask, there's still time. We can write that down and send it via our secretary, and then he will send it to Eskom. I'm not going to comment. My comment is reserved until I see what we are saying. Chairperson, I would love to thank you very much with your team for coming to the meeting and give us the information. As the request has been done, it's requested that at least as members or as portfolio committee, we need to be informed on time that there will be this. We expect you to predict and just get the feel of what is it that is going to happen. We understand that others are unplanned, as you are saying, but if you manage to pick up that there will be something, it's better for us to know. I won't have this panic if it happens like that. I will relax because I would at least be able to answer the communities and also the people. You know, it is. I'm happy that you understand that we are in a predicament and we are having a difficult work, because they are saying, here are these members that we have elected to represent us. They don't even know what is it that is happening, because when you answer, you don't know what is it that is happening. It shows you that at least you are not representing people as they wish. Thanks ever so much. We hope that these meetings will continue and update one another on things of this nature. Thanks you, team, and you are being released. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Chair and honourable members. Until we see each other again.
Thank you. Ariko?
Yes, Chair.
Secretary.
Yes, Chair. So are we going to continue immediately with SANEDI and CSIR? Or just take a 2-minute breather?
Yes, we can take a Lentuk. a break.
Yeah.
Well, what time is it now?
It's now 20 to 12, Chair. We are supposed to start at 11:45 with SANEDI and CSIR, Chair.
Okay. Okay,
So,
let's just have a comfort break and come back.
okay, Chair. 11:45, Chair. Members must be back. Mr. Mangena, CSIR, do I give you co-hosting rights? Doc? Doc Mangena?
Yes, good morning. This is Tulan Lamid, the CEO of the CSIR. Yes, Dr. Mangena will be the one presenting.
Excellent.
Yes, no.
Thank you, Mr. Dlamini. Yep. True. Dr. Mate, I've given co-hosting rights to Tobisa, correct? Or Morokanele?
Rico?
Yes, Doc. I've given to Tobisa co-hosting rights. I understand she's going to present from SANEDI side.
Yes. Yes.
Excellent.
She will be sharing the presentation.
Excellent. Thanks, Doc.
No problem.
Chair. Chairperson, we're ready to proceed.
Are we back?
We can proceed, Chair.
You. Okay. So who's going to start? It's SANEDI, ne?
Thank
you very much, Honorable Chair.
Okay. Thank you very much, person of SANEDI. We are all welcome, and also your team. We are going to give over to you to present. We started with another team of Eskom, and now we are with you. So over to you, SANEDI.
Chair, before the Chair continues, can we just get the formalities behind us? This is a different meeting to this morning's meeting, Chair. So just the apologies and the adoption again, Chair.
It's a different meeting.
Yes,
It's not
yes,
a
Chair.
continuation, you know.
No, Chair.
Yeah.
A different meeting.
I've welcomed them already, and they know that they are being welcomed. And I'm happy that they have managed to join us. And then let's get the apologies, Secretary.
Thank you, Chair. Just again, to reiterate, apologies from Mr. Kwankwa, who's attending the Standing Committee on Appropriations. And then we've also received apologies from the Minister of Electricity and Energy, who's attending Cabinet. And then apology from we've actually received both apologies from both ministers, both Electricity and Energy and Science, Technology and Innovation Chair, who's attending Cabinet. And then also apologies from both Deputy Ministers, the Deputy Minister of Electricity and Energy, who's attending an infrastructure conference in Durban. And then the Deputy Minister of Science, Technology and Innovation, who due to prior engagements is unable to attend. And then we've also received an apology from the acting DG of Science, Technology and Innovation Chair, who due to prior engagements is unable to attend. Those are the apologies received, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable. Thank you, Secretary. And then can we get also the agenda? I can see now the agenda really is different. So it's gonna be SANEDI and also CSIR, ne? And then we're going to also engage after that. Can I get someone or one honorable member to adopt the agenda and accept the apologies as tabled. Comrade Fasia.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'm happy to move for the adoption of the agenda and the apologies as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable. Any seconder?
Chair, I second the adoption of the agenda and the apologies as tabled.
Thank you, Honorable Paulson. Can we then give over to SANEDI? Maybe SANEDI is also going to tell us who is in the meeting and just introduce the team. Thanks. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. And also thank you to the honorable members and thank you for affording SANEDI an opportunity to present, I think, before you. Also, let me also just acknowledge in absentia the Honorable Minister and the Deputy Minister, but as well as the acting DG that I hope might be in our midst. I'm joined by the SANEDI team, led by myself, but also the executives, Dr. Mate, and I think Morakanela is here as well. But Dr. Mate will be able to then just outline who else has actually joined from, I think, SANEDI. And then once we've had that introduction through you, Honorable Chair, and then I will then begin, I think, with the presentation. So Dr. Mate, if we can just quickly do a round of introduction based on the team that is supporting you as well. Thank you very much. Through you, Chair.
Hey, over to you, Dr. Mate.
Thank you very much, Chair. Titus Mate here. Thank you, Board Chair. I'm joined by Mr. Morakanele Tipe, the Manager in the Office of the CEO. I'm also joined by Professor Mutli, the General Manager responsible for Applied Energy Research at SANEDI. I'm joined by Professor Samson Mampweli, the General Manager responsible for the DSTI Energy Secretariat at SANEDI. I'm also joined by our clean coal specialist who will also support the presentation, Ms. Tobisa Melamane. That's the team, Chairperson. Back to you.
Okay, thank you very much, Doctor. Can we then give over to you to delegate who's going to start presenting and also who's going to follow, etc.?
Thank you very much, then, Honorable Chair and Honorable members of the Portfolio Committee. Chair, if you may just allow me for just the first 3 minutes to just take you through, I think, some of the salient issues and as well as just highlighting, I think, some of the focus areas that we've been busy with over the the past 3 months or the quarter under review. Chair, let me start by just thanking the committee for affording SANEDI an opportunity to present our research and initiatives on the clean coal technologies, and also just to applaud the committee on the approach they've taken around the deep dive in dealing with, I think, the issues that SANEDI is involved with. I think that will go a long way in just grasping most of the issues that we're busy with, but at the same time, Chair, just making sure that there's fair amount that is given in each and every, I think, subject matter in dealing with the issues at hand. So I think that's commendable, Chair. Chair, maybe just quick, I'm mindful of time. Over the quarter under review, I think under the Applied Research and Development Innovation Programs, Chair, we've been seized with the review of the INEP, the Integrated National Electrification Program. So SANEDI is supporting the DEE with the studies to reconfigure the INEP framework to ensure full alignment with the South Africa's 2030 universal access targets. Obviously, while current statistics that indicates approximately 90% of the households that have been electrified, there is obviously, Chair, I think, and members, remaining about 1.6 million households, which are obviously deeply concerning when it comes to those that still don't have electricity or access to electricity. So studies conducted indicates that the reconfiguration of the INEP should consider, I think, in incorporating the grid and as well as off-grid solutions to ensure that no community is left behind in this particular case, but also, I think, guaranteeing the safety and as well as the reliability of electricity access, especially to the marginalized citizens of this country. Chair, I think the other aspect, we've been busy with the review of the draft RP 2024, which has been before NEDLEC for a couple of weeks now. I think through the structured NEDLEC processes, Chair and honorable members, SANEDI, in support of the department, has participated in the robust engagement involving government, business, labor, and as well as civil society to subject the draft RP 2024 to both technical and as well as social scrutiny, which I think is critical for the success, I think, of the country. Chair, I think members might also be aware that there's been this ongoing, I think, dispute between Eskom and some of the municipalities around the debt that is owed. So honorable members will be familiar, I think, with the long, I think, standing and escalating billing disputes between Eskom and several municipalities. So issues that really undermines some of the financial sustainability, I think, of both Eskom and as well as municipality, obviously compromising the service delivery in the process. So in response then, I think SANEDI as a neutral mediator has been appointed by the department in helping to depoliticize the technical challenges and build consensus amongst the parties, like for instance, in this particular case, Johannesburg and Tukuloko, and as well as, I think, Eskom. So notably, I think SANEDI mediated the resolution of the billing dispute between Eskom and as well as City of Johannesburg in January, delivering an impartial technical assessment report, Chair and members. And further, SANEDI is also currently engaged in a similar aspect with the Tukuloko local municipality in the Free State. And these engagements are really not about assigning blame, but also about co-creating practical solutions that safeguard the grid stability, Chair, and also promoting financial discipline as well as fulfilling, I think, the constitutional right to the electricity distribution, as it were. We've also been working with National Treasury in terms of the smart metering program. We've been appointed as a project manager, chair by National Treasury. So SANEDI is overseeing the national smart meter rollout. So to date, the project has installed about just over 66,000 meters across 8 municipalities like Makana in the Eastern Cape, Sulplaki, the Northern Cape, Naledi, and so also Kakas River in the northwest, Belabila, and Modimule, Emalahleni, and so forth. So, Chair, there's been about 500 million that has been spent in the 2024 to 2025, I think, financial year. A smart meter control center has been established as well by SANEDI for real-time monitoring, with operational control remaining with the municipalities. There are other strategic initiatives, Chair. SANEDI has been appointed as a secretariat for the G20 transitioning work group. And also in this role, we successfully facilitated hosting of the second working group meeting in Cape Town from the 30th to the 2nd of May. So the preparations are currently underway, Chair and honorable members, for the third meeting that is scheduled for the 31st of July to the 2nd of August in the Northwest Province. To support this initiative, and as well as in partnership with the EWCITA, SANEDI has recruited about 20 interns, Honorable Chair, who are gaining practical experience and exposure on energy policy and as well as multilateral engagement. So, Chair, I think those are the areas that obviously we're focusing on. But I must say that we were actually working very closely as well with the DSTI from the Energy Secretariat point of view. So through this Secretariat function, SANEDI also manages some of the flagship projects, like for instance, the RDI programs, including Hydrogen South Africa Roadmap, HISA, energy storage, the Call to X, and as well as the Renewable Sustainable Energy Hub and spokes. So these programs, honorable members, are implemented throughout the strong collaborations with universities, University of Technologies, Science Council, industries, and as well as as communities, which is more comprehensive in a way. And then lastly, Chair, as I conclude and before I hand over to Dr. Mate, on the energy efficiency and demand side management front, SANEDI has also made significant progress in several energy efficiency DSM strategic areas. Like, for instance, we've finalized the revised minimum energy performance standards. It has been done. We've registered about 176 ESCOs and also initiated the development of Super ESCO with the AFDB support and the World Bank funding. Also, I think the advanced implementation of the energy performance certificates program, including the residential EPCs in collaboration with Standard Bank, and a graduate skills program with about 220 beneficiaries. So, Chairperson and honorable members, this is a summary that reflects a portion of the progress SANEDI has made in the past quarter under review. It is with this context then that I invite the CEO, Dr. Mate, to present our research initiatives on the clean coal technologies. With your permission, Honorable Chair, Dr. Mate, over to you then to take the members through. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Chair, honorable members. Today we're doing a very technical presentation, so I will be supported by my specialists, the two specialists, Ms. Tobisa Melamane, as I indicated, and Professor Motley. We thought let's first start by sharing where do we locate clean coal research and initiatives at SANEDI. Members will remember that we've got 4 programs at SANEDI. Program 1 is more administrative and it's split into 2. We've got the strategic initiatives that the board chair started talking to some of them. And clean coal and cleaner fossil fuels is located under program 2 that is led by Professor Motley. And then of course, there are other technologies that we are researching besides clean coal and cleaner fossil fuels. Program 4, the board chair alluded to this. It's supported by the DSCI. There's also clean coal technology research that's happening in that space. But we will allow the DSCI some space to actually report on progress regarding this once all the necessary protocols have been followed. The next slide. We thought of also indicating our alignment with the Department of Electricity and Energy 5 priority areas. You'll see that cleaner fossil fuels and clean coal research and initiatives, they talk directly to priority number 2, attaining sovereign and regional energy security for South Africa. Of course, there are other initiatives, Chair, that we are currently busy with, but today we've been requested to specifically focus on clean coal technologies. When we say cleaner fossil fuels, and clean coal is a subset of cleaner fossil fuels. There are other technologies, for instance, in the gas space that we are busy researching, including better utilization of the coal-fired power stations using gas technologies. But for today's presentation, we're going to be focusing on clean coal technologies. The next slide. Also, for the current financial year, we've got an APP target on clean coal and cleaner fossil fuels. We're going to be focusing on cost-benefit analysis, specifically for the technologies that we have identified as low-hanging fruits for the country to pursue. I think the challenge with some of these technologies is lack of credible cost information, environmental emissions information, and general modeling to see whether it is beneficial to pursue these technologies. So we are currently conducting studies in that respect, and we'll share in the upcoming slides in terms of what are the technologies that we are focusing on. At this point, Chair, let me hand over to Ms. Tobisa Melamane, who's spearheading some of these studies and initiatives at SANEDI. Ms. Melamane, over to you.
Thank you, Dr. Mate.
Good morning, Tobisa.
Good morning, Honorable Chair.
How are you?
I'm good, Chair. How are you?
I'm also good. Yeah, I'm happy to hear you. And I heard that you are someone who's also going to assist. So yeah, we made way up. Thanks ever so much for that.
Thank you, Chair.
Exactly.
Okay, ma'am. Afternoon, Honorable Chair and the honorable members of the committee. I will be taking you through the projects and studies that we have done as it pertains to clean coal technologies. SANEDI has completed 3 phases of the roadmap for cleaner fossil fuels for South Africa. And in these roadmaps, I will just focus on the third one, which was the final one, where we studied the coal to power value chain with a specific focus on the technologies below, which were the steam generation technologies, the high efficiency, low efficiency technologies, a comparison between pulverized coal and the circulating fluidized bed. We also focused on flue gas cleaning technologies and underground coal gasification, gas turbine technology, and skills and expertise required to execute such programs. On the right-hand side, on the figure on the right-hand side, it's just an overview of what it would look like if we were to deploy certain technologies within our current energy mix. If I may just have a pointer. As it stands, South Africa has over 80% utilization of coal for electricity. And we can see that with the existing power stations, there's high greenhouse gas emissions. However, if we were to deploy technologies like such as the high efficiency, low emissions, as well as including the increase of the plant efficiency and adding LNG gas into the mix, we would see that the right-hand side indicates how these GHG emissions would be reduced. Of course, within the energy mix, there's other non-fuel, fossil fuel-based technologies such as your wind power, solar, battery storage, and so forth. An overview of the clean coal technology value chain. These are the technologies that we looked into in terms of coal combustion, and the circulating fluidized bed came out as the top recommendation as a technology that South Africa could deploy. And along the value chain, obviously, then we would improve efficiencies and include flue gas reduction technologies as well. And within the flue gas pollution control, we can also have the option of capturing CO2. And if we were to follow that pathway, there's 2 options that can be done with the CO2. It could either be stored underground, or we could take it out to market, where byproducts of CO2, capture of CO2 could be used in the food and beverages industries, chemical manufacturing, enhanced oil recovery, and so forth. Out of the report that we concluded in the roadmap, some of the recommendations were that the South African coal quality is very much suitable for the CFP technology, because the CFP technology is good at handling poor and variable coal quality. And also the technology plants can operate with an addition of ultra supercritical steam generators to further reduce greenhouse gas emissions. And also the pulverized coal boilers that we are currently using are constrained by the coal quality that we have in the country. And then we took a look at the underground coal gasification, which was, according to the report, was not recommended because of the perceived risks that come with it. The implementation plan included the importance of skilled technicians and artisans, and also to understand the environmental impacts from previous coal power projects. We also need to be transparent with the study and have good stakeholder communication. Taking these technologies to demonstration and commercialization will need significant funding. That's why we therefore recommend the retrofitting the existing power coal plants with the CFP technologies. As mentioned, there's other pre and post combustion opportunities where we consider optimizing coal ash content by considering operating, maintenance, fuel, and transport, and so forth, and also engaging potential waste recycling partners during the design stage of the projects. And also there's opportunities of utilizing or beneficiation of coal combustion byproducts such as coal ash and gypsum. Which then brings us to the CFB technology that was recommended by the roadmap. As mentioned, the roadmap project was concluded in 2024 with the strong recommendations for the CFB technology. The reason the CFB technology was recommended, as mentioned, it was effective in banning poorer quality coals and discards. It reduces emissions, and it has a lower capex and opex cost relative to the other clean coal technologies. And it's also rapidly emerging as the most suitable technology globally. The sub-program that I am working on, as Dr. Mate mentioned, we try to align with the 7th administration's focus area, which is to attain sovereign and regional security. And it also highlights that from roadmap, we need to go into implementation. So there is on the table a proposed collaboration with Eskom, Eskom's RT&D department, CSIR, Coltech, for a CFB demonstration plant. We are currently seeking endorsement for the collaboration via our organizational leadership. And also there has been several engagements between SANEDI, Eskom, CSIR, and Coltech regarding this technology, where we are formulating terms of engagement. The importance of the project, what it will deliver is a feasibility study and technical specifications. We will have a comprehensive engineering design and equipment requirements, and then we will commission the facility for testing and demonstration. Alongside that, data on coal and waste performance, including emissions reduction, will be generated. And we also have the component of training and capacity building programs for local engineers. CSIR, who I believe is in the meeting, will elaborate further on the CFB technology details. The proposed stages for the project in the short term, we want to conduct a feasibility study and a pre-EPC phase. To this regard, the organizations mentioned on this slide have pledged funding in principle. And then emanating from the from this stage, we then move into the medium term, where we'll be focusing on the engineering phase, procurement, construction, commission, and these will be confirmed obviously from each stage, as well as leading to the long term where we demonstrate. And then SANEDI was invited by Eskom to the Republic of China in May 2024, where the purpose of the visit was to have a technical exchange in areas of mutual interest. And we visited a few entities that side, one being Energy China, which is a state-owned energy institution, which is based in Beijing. And then the other one being China Energy Investment Group, which is also a state-owned energy enterprise in China. And it's the world's largest company in coal mining, thermal power, wind power, and coal to liquids. Key observations that we saw in China and as to their approach to climate change. China is committed to decarbonization and air quality improvement. And it also aims for net zero carbon emissions by 2060, extending from the 2050 targets set by South Africa and other global trends. Despite having the technical and financial means to achieve it by 2050, China has allowed for more time to work towards this point. China also defines carbon neutrality as a balance between renewable energy capacity as well as fossil fuel capacity. There is also dual carbon goals that include retrofitting coal plants with carbon capture, utilization and storage technologies, and investing in renewable energy storage. And the decision made behind the net zero 2060 is based on a comprehensive research tailored to China's unique needs and population. So further collaboration between China and South Africa could then help South Africa navigate the JET fund and support sustainable energy future. And the highlight for SANEDI at this after the study tour, an MOU with the China Electrical Power Planning Engineering Institute, which is also a Chinese national level consulting institute, which is a key technical task force for policy consultation. The parties agreed to sign a memorandum of understanding to promote technical exchange in the areas of mutual interest listed here. In the interest of time, I will not go through them. And the work that we have started with this collaboration, we've had an independent review of the draft IRP, which SANEDI is spearheading. This is just an indication when the MOU was signed in China, where the CEO was there attending the FOCAC summit alongside the country's president and the Minister of Electricity and Energy. We then were also invited by the Thabo Mbeki Foundation and the Siberian Electricity Generation Company in June 2024. Well, the purpose of the visit was to study and gain insights into Russia's management of coal-fired power plants with the focus on midlife upgrades and refurbishment of their aging infrastructure. This is just an illustration of the coal-fired power station that the host has and the power that it generates. The observations from the Russia's energy landscape was that it has a competitive power market with 248 gigawatts of thermal and electricity generating capacity. And they also have a competitive market that allows for build, decommissioning or refurbishment and lower capex costs. And also, just like China, Russia is aiming at reaching net zero by 2060, and this is managed at a national level. In terms of the energy market, it comprises of a capacity market with a 20-year contract, an auction-based system, and an ancillary service market. And also, their customers pay for services on a tariff basis below inflation. And in the generation business, which includes electricity and heating supply for residential and industrial use, and they also use combined heat and power plant and boiler houses for heating. The key takeaways that South Africa could consider from Russia, as mentioned, they have decided to aim for net zero 2060. And as mentioned, it's managed at national level with legislation addressing country limits rather than specific point source limits. The South African coal plant's average lifespan is over 40 years, requiring reinvestment for extended operation. So South Africa could learn from Russia's reinvestment strategy to extend the operation of the coal plant past their current plant life. Also, the refurbishment and modernization approach can also be a reference for Eskom's generating plant. They also have a strong focus on localizing activities in the Russian market that could be adopted for South Africa to increase local capacity in the coal generating power. They've got a thermal plant construction that is regulated by a 6-year plan and a 15 to 20-year contracting mechanism, providing a 20-year income, allowing for retrofit and modernization of plants. Furthermore, South Africa, SANEDI is in talks with the Japanese research institution, NIDO, with this collaboration, which was initiated by Eskom, but it was decided that the MOU sits with SANEDI, where we also focus on collaborating on carbon neutrality, especially as it pertains to ammonia co-combustion with coal, for the focus of reducing gas emissions. We also want to focus on building a domestic supply chain for hydrogen and ammonia use. At the moment, the status of this MOU, it has been completed on the SANEDI side and the legal processes required and has been sent over to our Japanese counterparts for review. Also, SANEDI, having housed the CCUS project in the past, are still in full support of the project with the Council for Geoscience under the MOU that we have signed with them. where I will just give you just a snapshot of how far the CCUS project has progressed. 4 years ago, they explored a site area in Leandra in Mpumalanga for carbon storage. And the site was identified in the Govan-Beki municipality, and CGS has completed a geological characterization of the studies. The project was funded by the World Bank with a structured scope to prove market demand and identify suitable sites. And then previously, while we were working on the CCUS with CGS, we had identified offshore sites with potential storage capacity of 150 gigatons. But the sites offshore lacked geological data, and to acquire that data would have incurred very significant costs. Therefore, the focus was inland, where it is closer to the emitting sources. And then the success criteria for the site chosen is the reactivity of the CO2 with the minerals underground, and also showing that there would be no CO2 leakages, and also no contamination of groundwater and abnormal seismic activities. As mentioned, it was chosen because of the proximity to Sasol Secunda and the Eskom coal power stations. So the storage site was officially unveiled by the Honorable Minister Gwede on the 30th of August 2024. I will then hand over to our GM, Prof. Pathaban Mudli, just to give us the conclusion of the clean coal technologies. Over to you, Prof.
Thank you, Kobisa, and good afternoon to Honorable Chair, honorable members of the committee, and colleagues on the platform. So just in conclusion, informed by all of SANEDI's work, especially the Clean Coal Roadmap, we've identified several key clean coal technologies. The most predominant one is the circulating fluidized bed technology, which is ideal for South Africa's coal. South Africa's coal is very unique. It's low CV and high ashing content, and the combustion technology, CFB combustion technology, is a key recommendation that's coming out of our roadmap. We do believe that we need to, as a country, demonstrate the technology based on our local coal resources that we've been endowed with. And we do believe this would further enhance, the observations from various benchmark studies, predominantly in China and Russia, that they've invested in retrofitting technologies, refurbishment, and modernizing technologies around the coal-fired power stations, with a key view to utilizing the nationally endowed coal resources, but in a much more sustainable and cleaner manner going forward. We also are very committed to the clean coal technologies. It is a specific target in our APP for the 25-26 financial year, and as indicated, will include either a study report, case study, or technology roadmaps. Our intention is to commit to this collaboration around the demonstration and feasibility studies of the circulating fluidized bed technology, and we believe that that will give execution to our roadmap, but also drive a national interest around cleaner coal technologies. This collaboration project, as Kobisa mentioned, is a significant partnership with the CSIR, Eskom, and Coaltech. The feasibility phase of this project is quite large, in the region of about 6 million. And all of these organizations have pledged in principle funding towards the first phase, which is the feasibility study. SANEDI is resource limited, especially from a financial perspective, and we have secured in the region of 500,000 to date as part of our contribution to the project. But just to highlight to the committee and chair that hopefully the project will pursue over the next few years towards an engineering design and a demonstration plant. The financial commitments for the demonstration plant will be significantly higher, and that would put further constraints on parties like SANEDI to participate in the project, hence our funding challenges. But we are very excited by the country moving towards a demonstratable plant and supporting all of the clean coal technologies. With that, I think I'll hand back over to our CEO, Dr. Mate, that will take us through the conclusion and finalization of the submission. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Mate.
No, thanks, Chairperson, and also thanks, Prof. Yeah, that's the feedback, Honorable Chair and members, that we wanted to share. We can take questions if there are any questions, Chairperson. Over to you.
Okay. Secretary.
Yes,
are we
Chair.
going to go to questions or are we going to allow also CSIR?
We're going to allow CSIR to present as well, Chair.
Honorable members, I can't ask from the secretary. I should ask from you. Can you give me the direction?
Chair, Honorable Hassan.
Yes, Honorable.
I think we should take, thank you, Chair. I think we should take both presentations and engage them holistically because they are somewhat related, but also it might be a good idea in terms of time. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable. Then can we go to CSIR presentation?
Good afternoon, Honorable Chairperson and members of the committee. My name is Tulani Dlamini. I'm the CEO of the CSIR. I'm joined by two of my colleagues, Dr. Sidubane Mangen, who is the Executive Cluster Manager for Chemicals and Health, and Dr. Thabo Hlalele, who is the Center Manager for the Energy Research Center at the CSIR. Dr. Mangena will deliver the CSIR presentation, and without any delay, I would like to invite Dr. Mangena to deliver the presentation for the CSIR. Thank you.
Thank you, CEO. Over to you, Doc. If you can also open up your video and then also close it, maybe if you want to the presentation and then just.
Okay. Good afternoon and greetings to you all. I'm wondering if you can see my screen.
Yes, we are able to see you. Then if
can you see the presentation?
Yes.
Can you see the presentation?
Yes, you can see it. You can continue. And
okay,
you can
great
switch off your video if you want.
Okay, great stuff. Thank you. Thank you, CEO. And greetings again to you, Chair, and the honorable members. Thanking you for this great opportunity to engage you on this subject of clean coal technologies, the work that we are doing as the CSIR. So the outline of the presentation is just a quick background or introduction to the CSIR.
We are,
and
we were about to lose you, but you are back now.
Okay, perhaps
off.
Let me switch off the video.
Chair is fine on our side, Chair. On my side is fine, so it may be your connectivity, Chair. Chair, it may be your connectivity because the presenter is fine on my side.
Oh, it's fine to you. Okay, it's fine. Continue.
Okay, we're still good?
All right.
Great, thanks. Okay. So I'll give you a quick introduction.
Continue.
Sorry,
yes.
Chair? Can I continue?
Yes, continue, Doc.
Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you. So I'll give you a quick introduction to the CSIR, just very briefly, then talk about this clean coal technologies to give a bit more background. And I'll talk about the program that you've been hearing about from the SANEDI presentation. I'll just give you a little bit of detail in there. And I have something that I chose to just sneak in to add your appetite in terms of this industry and its potential, the coal industry and its potential right at the end. So without any further ado, just talking to the CSIR background. The CSIR is 8 years old, and it was formed by an act of parliament, and we operate under a mandate. And the mandate is right in front of you. It says the objects of the CSIR are through directed and particularly multidisciplinary research and technological innovation to foster in the national interest and in fields which, in its opinion, should receive preference, industrial and scientific development, either by itself or in cooperation with principals from the private or public sectors, and thereby to contribute to the improvement of the quality of life of the people of the Republic, and to perform any other functions that may be assigned to the CSIR by or under this act. Now, if you look at this, you'll realize that actually the mandate is very broad. Now, you think of other science councils, and we can give SANEDI as an example. SANEDI is more into energy, so their focus is clear, is energy. The Council for Geoscience is geosciences, MinTech is minerals technology, but ourselves, our mandate is very broad, and hence it calls on to us to focus the work that we do. And you'll see, based on this mandate, the organization has developed a vision and a mission, and our vision is that we are accelerators of socio-economic prosperity in South Africa through leading innovation. Now, our mission, which is drawn directly from the mandate, it says, we collaboratively innovate and localize technologies while providing knowledge solutions for the inclusive and sustainable advancement of industry and society. And I particularly like the first word of collaboratively. So collaboration is right at the core of our values, collaborating with everyone in the industry and in society. But you can see, in terms of what we do, is innovation, localization of technologies, and knowledge solutions, not just to the industry, but also to society. So we enable a inclusive and sustainable advancement of these spaces. That's the CSIR vision and mission. Now, at a glance, the staff profile. If you look at the staff profile, we have a total staff base of 2,322, 78% of which is Black South Africans, and 46% is female South Africans. And if you look at the total set base, by set base, we mean science, engineering, and technology staff members. We've got 1,665 of them, which makes up 72% of the total staff base. And out of this, something very interesting, 73% is Black South Africans, and 40% is female South Africans in the SET base. And again, of interest, because we are a science council, 30% of the SET base, that's 493, has master's degrees. And this should not be unexpected, given that we are a science council. And we have 316 PhDs in the organization. And this makes us the biggest concentration of knowledge in Africa as the CSIR, and something that we pride ourselves with. We've got 6 campuses. Our main campus is in Pretoria. We've got a campus, a satellite campus in Joburg, in Durban, in Gqeberha, in the Eastern Cape, Stellenbosch, and also in Cape Town. Now, the way we are structured as the CSR, we have 9 clusters. And the clusters are actually structured in such a way that they deliver specific mandates to society and to the customers and to the industry. So you look at the way that they are clustered. We've got industry advancement clusters, which is the 6 of them, 6 out of 9. And we've got industry and society enablement, enabling clusters, which is 3 of them. And out of the clusters, they'll be grouped into divisions. And here, industry advancement clusters, you get agriculture, chemicals, which is where I operate, and health, which is also where I operate. And then we also get manufacturing, mining, and defense. Now, these 3, they form part of advanced chemistry and life sciences division. And these ones, they form advanced production and security. And you go below here, those clusters that are industry and society enabling. There's your smart places, smart mobility, and the next generation enterprises and institution. And together, they form the smart society division. So now, the way they are grouped is in line with synergy. So the work that is done in these clusters, you find that in one division is more synergistic. For example, in the chemicals, we can make fertilizers. You use fertilizers in agriculture. We can make pharmaceuticals. You use pharmaceuticals in health. And the same goes for these other ones as well. Right. Now, I spoke about collaboration right in the beginning, which is core to our values. And you've seen our mission statement starts with that word collaboration. So it's not just collaboration outside of the organization. It's collaboration in the organization as well. As you've heard, it's me from the chemicals cluster. My colleague Tabo is from Smart Places in the energy center, which forms part of this, because it's very difficult to separate energy from chemicals. And it's the same with the other clusters as well. So we ensure that we work together. You talk energy, you talk chemicals, you talk mining, especially when you talk coal. You can see they're interrelated. So collaboration is key to what we do. Now, what is our role in the national system of innovation? And if I was to take you through the innovation value chain, it starts with fundamental research, and then strategic, basic, and applied research, technology development, and then transfer and implementation. Now, this is the value chain. So, if you look at this picture here on top, you'll realize that in the front end of this value chain is where the tertiary institutions get to operate, and in the back end, that's where industry gets to operate. Now, us as the Science Council, as the CSIR, we bridge the gap between the two, and we get to be very strong when it comes to technology development, as well as strategic, basic, and applied research. So what we do, we don't focus more on fundamental research, but we can take what is developed in this space and translate it to market-ready products and technologies, which the industry can then take up and implement. And in that implementation, we can play a supporting role. So that's how we operate as the CSIR. In a nutshell, it's not everything about the CSIR. It's just to give you a bit of background. And this background, you'll see how it fits into the rest of the discussion. Now, we said the discussion today is about clean coal technologies. Now, you've had a bit of background and context from the SANEDI presentation. I wouldn't want to repeat myself, but it's important. Coal is contributing 80% of the electricity that is generated in the industry. And we foresee that there will be a continual use of coal in the country for the foreseeable future. However, there's key issues, as we know. Our resource is regarded as a dirty source of energy, and there's issues with pollutions, with legislation becoming a bit more stringent when it comes to compliance with the minimum emission standards, especially when it comes to the non-greenhouse gas pollutants like SOx's, NOx's, particulate matter, and soon mercury is going to come. There's also issues around greenhouse gas emissions. And I think something that is key here in our energy economy is the fact that there will be 7 power stations that will be decommissioned. They are scheduled to be decommissioned by 2034, 5 in 2030 and 2 in 2034. Now, this is baseload power. And if it's not properly managed, it will result in significant job losses. And also it's threatening the national energy security in this country. And we are of the view that given all these challenges, clean coal technology can actually enable sustainable use of coal. And it can also help us with ensuring energy sovereignty and then energy security in this economy. Now, what is this clean coal technology? Just to give the members, the honorable members, some background. These are the technologies that are designed to enhance efficiency and environmental acceptability of coal throughout the value chain. And when we talk the value chain, we're talking all the way from coal preparation up to utilization. So now, clean coal technologies, coal preparation, it fits in as clean coal technology because here that's where we clean the coal upstream before utilization. It can include crushing and screening and washing of coal. And then the utilization part here, when you look at the coal power plant. All right, so the utilization part, you will have what we call high efficiency, low emission technologies. And this includes efficiency improvement technologies, as well as non-greenhouse gas emission reduction technologies. Now, if we were to go into this picture here, the generation part, this is the generation part. That's where you get combustion and where you generate the steam, and that goes into the generators, the turbines to generate electricity. And that's here where we say you can improve efficiency as part of HELE. And then you get the off gases or the flue gases. That's where you now have to reduce the emissions of them. And there's technologies that are used to do this. And that's why we say non-greenhouse gas emissions reduction technologies. They form part of this HELE. But ultimately, if you want to reduce the CO2 once and for all, carbon capture, utilization and storage, that's the key technology, and it's part of clean coal technology. So it's three: coal preparation, high efficiency low emission technologies, and carbon capture and utilization. Now, if you look at the IRP of 2019, there's this very strong statement that is made in there. They say it's decision 6. It says South Africa should not sterilize the development of its coal resources for purposes of power generation. Instead, all new power projects must be based on high efficiency, low emission technologies, and other clean coal technologies. Just this statement is cementing the importance of this clean coal technologies, and you see HELE there is mentioned in the statement. But taking it forward, we as the CSIR, we said, okay, where are the research, development, and innovation opportunities? And we looked at coal preparation. We said, no, we know this one. We've been doing it for years in this country, and we know it. Although there's some research that's still ongoing, it's not where we were going to get involved. And we look at the non-greenhouse gas pollutants reduction. And even here, there's commercial technology that is available. If you go to Kusile, there's an FDG technology that's installed there. And we said, okay, so here we shouldn't focus much. However, when we talk HELE, that's where we said there's great opportunities here. And you look at the literature, it says if you improve the efficiency of a thermal power plant by 1 percentage point, it's equivalent to 2 to 3% reduction in CO2 emissions. Now, if you take a typical the Eskom coal-fired power station with efficiency of around in the mid-30s, you up that. If, say, you were to increase it by 10 percentage points, so you realize that you can reduce the CO2 emissions by between 20 and 30%. And we said, okay, then this is something that we need to focus on as an opportunity. But now, what are the technologies involved in this HELE? You have supercritical and ultra supercritical and advanced ultra supercritical technologies. These are more on the steam side, which help to improve the efficiency. And then you have what we call integrated gasification combined cycle, IGCC, and circulating fluidized bed combustion, which is of interest to us. So you look at these ones, the supercritical, advanced supercriticals, and ultra supercritical. Even here, it's engineering. The technology is available. It's not where we can get involved. However, for implementation, we can partner with the people, especially the industry that will be implementing. If it's Eskom, it will be Eskom, and then other partners, they can engineer this and implement it in a power station. We said circulating fluidized bed combustion is an opportunity for us, and you have seen the presentation from SANEDI showing what their study showed, and we concur with that study. That's why we're partnering. I'll talk about the partnering later on. We believe there's opportunities for localization, demonstration, and implementation of this circulating fluidized bed clean coal technology. And if you do that, you can do workforce training once you get implementation now in the power stations. So you then train the engineers, you train the operators, and you can also do R&D and train the people for higher degrees, partnering with universities, etc. And we believe this is a low-hanging fruit. You come to the CCUS, we're not that much involved here. That's where we're following what is done at CGS. You've seen the project Kobisa showed it. However, we believe there's still opportunities here, RDI opportunities, when it comes to capture technology enhancement, as well as CO2 utilization. There's just lots of CO2 that we're generating in this country, not only from Eskom power stations. You go to the Sasols and the other areas where they burn coal and other fossil fuels. Lots of CO2. We can do lots of RDI in this space. Now, in the CSIR, historically, there was a team that was dedicated to clean coal technology, and the team would do work from bench scale to pilot scale to industrial scale in the areas of coal, waste, and opportunity fuels. And here the work would include combustion, incineration, gasification, pyrolysis, and agglomeration. And there's still a little bit of work that is being done in terms of CO2 capture, utilization, and power to X, etc., although at a small scale. But now, there's been some success stories also, because this is work that's spanning some decades. Some plants were built out of the work that came from the CSIR's work. A deodorizer at African Products, biomass and coal-fired boiler plant at Nestle, an incinerator, high sulfur pitch incinerator at Sasol. I got involved with this one in my previous life. Waste coal-fired hot gas generator at Slagment. So these are plants that came out of the work of the CSIR, which are success stories. However, around 2020, this team got dissolved because of a shift in strategy towards more growing and futuristic areas like green hydrogen. However, we're seeing a renewed interest in clean coal technologies now, and we're partnering now with industry and also SANEDI to look at what we can do in terms of circulating fluidized bed clean coal technology in support of these initiatives from industry and where we're getting involved. Now, we said circulating fluidized bed is our technology of choice. It's not just us as the CSR, the other stakeholders are in support of this as well. Why? Because it's available from leading technology providers and it's proven to be reliable with low capex and opex, lower emissions with this technology, excellent performance really here, without having to add any additional gas cleaning systems. You don't need an FDG when you work with this circulating fluidized bed technology, because you deal with the sulfur or the sulfur emissions in situ. So it's a picture of a typical the CFP plant. This would be a circulating fluidized bed combustor. So in here, as you feed coal, you also feed limestone. The limestone traps the sulfur in the coal, and you don't get to emit it. And that's the advantage. It also operates at lower temperatures. So in terms of NOxes, you don't need any additional equipment to deal with this. And it also gives you much more flexibility when it comes to your fuel. Now, the quality of coal is deteriorating in this country, and the Eskom power plants that are designed for specific coal quality. And this is becoming an issue. But with this technology, you don't have that kind of issue, because it can take almost anything. You can even burn discard coal, you can burn refuse waste or refuse-derived fuels, you can burn biomass or co-combust with coal. So it gives you that flexibility, and that's why we chose it. Of course, although we say it's proven, it's not yet proven locally here in South Africa on our local coals and local conditions. and hence our proposal that I'll take you through. I've spoken about this, just an additional comparison of a conventional boiler plant and then CFP technology. What is important here is that whereas this one is highly coal dependent, CFB, not that much. You just crush the coal here, minus 10 millimeters, you throw it in there and you burn. Here you have to pulverize, and there's a whole lot of quality issues that you have to take into consideration. There's case studies of this technology. In Poland, a plant was commissioned in 2009. It's working, efficiency 43%, which is really good. There's this advanced plant in South Korea that was commissioned in 2016. Also working very well, a clean plant. We say it's the most advanced plant in the world when it comes to this. And you can see here, look at the emissions, really impressive, very low. And the efficiency is also better than our power plant here locally, even if it's operating on lignite, which is a low quality feedstock. So now, what is our program looking like, and what are the objectives here? We're looking to localize and demonstrate a CFP combustion technology. Now, what will we be doing? We're looking to design, build, and operate at least a megawatt scale facility. And what will we do with this? We can prove that our coal can indeed be combusted in there. We can do this co-combustion and prove that. We can test the emission reductions around that. We can also establish a database when it comes to sorbents. I mentioned lime that you throw in there. And of course, this will enable research, development, and training and capacity building in the industry, especially should it now get implemented. You will need this facility to train the people who will be operating those plants. And of course, it will support the power projects in South Africa and also in sub-Saharan region. If you have this facility, it just gives you all this optionality. And the way we want to design it, we want to ensure that the CO2 capturing, so that we can, at a pilot or demonstration scale, be able to test the systems for CO2 capture, purification, and utilization. But now, the question is why? Why are you doing this? What's the value? I've mentioned the 7 power stations, and I think we know this information by now. 7 power stations that will be coming offline, which is base power. And we believe on our side that retrofitting of this old power station with this cleaner technology is an opportunity. And this is not Eskom statement, it's us. And it's something that we believe needs to be, needs to be pushed, because it's a real opportunity for this country, especially in the midst of this just energy transition away from coal. So the advantages with that, of course, it's cheaper compared to going to start afresh on a greenfield project. Here you're using existing infrastructure. There can be faster deployment, and the CapEx will be lower. And of course, you'll be preserving jobs in the coal value chain when you do this. And from a pollution point of view, and then CO2 emissions point of view, you will improve this thing. So localization and demonstration of this technology, it will enable and support this opportunity that we are seeing. And the testing facility will also enable a commercial uptake, of course, of the technology by other users, not just Eskom. And this will continue, of course, to ensure that the coal continues to have a market, and the people's jobs are protected and preserved. So now the collaboration is mentioned. We are the lead as the CSIR from a technical point of view. We're working with Goldtech as one of the funders, and they're also helping us to coordinate the stakeholders. If I can mention, Goldtech is a non-profit collaborative research organization. It's owned by the mining companies, the likes of Exxaro, the likes of Tungela, Siriti, the Sasol, Eskom, etc. And Eskom is also involved here. We're talking to them through Goldtech and directly through their R&D department, and SANEDI, of course, that are part of it. We also are talking to advocacy bodies like the FFF Carbon, and we're involving universities. So it's really collaborative, and we ensure that we involve and include everybody. So as a start, the phase 1, I'll show you the program, is to be funded by this 4 organizations. You've heard the message: CSIR, SANEDI, Goldtech, Eskom. Now, this is the program roadmap as it is. We start with the feasibility study. This is a desktop study. The 6 million rand that SANEDI has mentioned. That's what we're going to be using to fund this work for the first year. But this is what will then set the seed for what should then come later. Because now you want to do engineering and you want to procure and construct and commission the facility so that you can then do this demonstration and R&D. And this speed here, that's what costs the biggest of the money. Here we have less problems. The biggest of the problems are here. And we believe this is a really good opportunity. Now, the schedule and the budget will be determined here. And it's the funding here that we still have to work on, because here we're now talking tens of millions. We don't have a confirmed figure yet. It will be confirmed during the feasibility study. So where are we? We're finalizing the contracting so that we can kick off the work, contracting with SANEDI, with Eskom, and with Coltech so that we can kick off the work. And we continue to do stakeholder engagement and fundraising, of course. Just last week, we spoke to the Minerals Council's Coal Leadership Forum, which is comprised of the CEOs of the coal mining companies that are members of the Minerals Council. We went to them requesting endorsement, and we received that. So we continue with this stakeholder engagement. There's more lined up, and we hope to get more endorsements and possibly potential funders help us with what we believe is an important program for the country. Just in summary, we're saying in addition to renewables and other forms of cleaner energy, clean coal technologies are a real option to ensure future energy security in South Africa. And as the CSIR, we are leading this collaborative program, as I've mentioned, and we're looking to de-risk this technology for implementation in the industry here locally. And we believe further support from all stakeholders, including government, will ensure success of this initiative and subsequent implementation in the industry to ensure energy sovereignty and security in South Africa. And of course, implementation of this testing facility will enable further development in CO2 capture, purification, and utilization. That's around clean coal technologies. I want to sneak in this slide here to say, yes, coal is viewed as a dirty resource. And there's this drive to move away from coal. However, there's still opportunities from this material. And we need to look at alternative markets for coal itself. And in here, we're saying, actually, coal is a carbon ore. I don't know of any other resource that is rich in carbon more than coal. So we say it's a carbon ore. And we can use this as a source of carbon to do some work around advanced carbon materials from coal. And if you do this, you can actually create new value chains in the industry. And as the world is moving away, is trying to move away from coal, and with the reduction in the use in the country, you can ensure that the coal miners continue to be employed, and you create new jobs in different new industries and value chains. Now, these advanced carbon materials, they include things like activated carbon, carbon fibers, graphite electrodes, carbon nanomaterials like graphene, etc., etc. Now, a study done in the US, it's showing that actually this new industry has a potential to create up to or more than 280,000 jobs by 2050 in the US with a value of over 139 billion rands. Now, that's the US. We believe it's possible here in South Africa, and this can be localized here in the country. And at this point in time, we're planting seeds. We're trying to develop proposals to bring this to fruition and ensure that it's done here locally. And we continue to lobby. We're hoping to be successful with this. And in addition to this clean coal technology program that we presented, we believe something like this can also make a big contribution in the economy, and we continue to work on it. In terms of how it will be done, is similar approach as for the clean coal technology program that we mentioned, and we continue to work on this one. So let me end it here, and thank you, Chair, and thank you, honorable members.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mangene. Honorable Chairperson, that is the extent of the CSIR presentation. Once more, thank you for giving us the opportunity to share with you the work that we are doing with our partners to advance clean coal technologies in South Africa. Thank you.
Thank you, CEO. And then let's give over to the honorable member. It's their chance now to engage with the presentation. Otherwise, thanks ever so much, both presentations. Let me identify. Honorable Trim, Honorable Myla, and Honorable Paulson for now.
Chair, you can put my name there. My hand is not opening up again.
Okay.
Thank you, Chairperson.
Honorable Trim, okay.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. Chair, let me also appreciate the presentations by SANEDI and the CSIR. I think certainly much of what they've been saying aligns with what I've been saying for the last 6 years that I've been here at National Parliament. But let me just go through to my questions. Noting that SANEDI focuses on research, development, and the policy support for energy transition, and that the CSIR is research-driven. What percentage of your budget is actually allocated to research and development? And is there sufficient, insufficient amount, or is it improving? And I ask this particular question because one notes that there is a commensurate increase in GDP with every percentage increase in R&D investment. Then secondly, Chair, with regards to the high energy, low emissions technology, or the HELA, and noting the visit also by SANEDI, I think it was, to Russia, China, and Japan, and their relationships with the Japanese. Is it possible, and is there any plan to take Komati that has been decommissioned and then to retrofit Komati, repurpose Komati, utilizing this clean coal technology, and in particular, the circulating fluidized bed technology that is being proposed? I believe that if that is done, the community around Komati that has been decimated by the decision to decommission would be revitalized, and more jobs again created in that particular community. Then with regards to the CFB technology, which is being recommended for as a clean coal technology, what is the total budget required for the CFB plant, and how long will it take to bring this to scale, to take it from just being a pilot project, and then to take it to scale like we've seen? I think it was that slide from the CSIR in South Korea. How long will it take to take it to that particular scale, and then make use of the economies of scale to make it profitable, including the CO2 capture, which can then be utilized in the different sectors of our economy? Just a side question. When I was in eThekwini, there was talk around the use of wave energy, current energy, particularly along the KZN coast. It is indicated that the Mozambican current that flows along our coast is fairly stable and could also be used capturing that wave current energy and could be used to generate electricity. Has there been any research into that? Then, Chair, understanding the numerous vulnerabilities that comes with adding renewable energy to the grid, and we've seen, recent blackouts in Spain and Portugal, but it's not necessarily used to Spain, Portugal. There have been other countries where when renewables have been added to the grid, they've experienced some problems. And Spain and Portugal have experienced blackouts for a good few hours recently. What mitigating factors are being put in place by SANEDI CSIR to prevent similar experiences when renewables are actually brought on stream? And then just the funding that is being received from the World Bank for the carbon capture storage program. What are the terms? It's a simple question. What are the terms of that particular funding? And what is it actually costing? Hopefully it's not going to be a one that is going to cost an inordinate amount in terms of interest that has to be paid back. Then, Chair, with regards to the CSIR, and some of those other questions may also apply to the CSIR, and they could actually answer where necessary. But specifically with regards to the CSIR, your industry advancement cluster, is there any collaboration with other departments or entities, particularly with regards to the industry advancement cluster, to leverage on your research findings? And I ask this particular question because I also sit on DTIC, and industry development and developing our industries in South Africa is crucial, particularly with regards to the industrial decline, the decline of our industrial base over the last few decades. Then what are the supercritical technologies that are, and you kind of went very quickly through the supercritical technologies that are available, and why are these supercritical technologies that are available not being favored as opposed to the CFB technology? And then lastly, Chair, CSIR, do you have the capacity to run parallel programs where the focus was taken off clean coal technologies because of government's focus on green hydrogen? But do you have the capacity to actually run parallel programs? That's green hydrogen as well as clean coal technology research. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Mailam.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, before I start, let me just state this, and that is, we heard on several occasions while we were at Komati that there is absolutely no way that power station can be restarted, that they have taken the equipment out of there. It cannot be retrofitted. It cannot be restored. It cannot be restarted, that it is now out of commission. So we must accept that and move on and say, well, what do we need to do to bring the rest of our coal fleet in line? And I really want to focus on that and not start going down garden paths about which particular technology is better than any other. So let me start by asking this question. With regard to the clean coal technologies, what is the potential for these technologies to quantifiably reduce greenhouse gas emissions, specifically carbon dioxide, and then other pollutions like SOx and NOx and particulate matter from our existing power stations? And how does that align with South Africa's nationally defined climate commitments? What is the time frame that we would look at to actually see that we are achieving those NDCs? Secondly, what are the major technological and infrastructure hurdles that are inhibiting the implementation of these technologies at scale across Eskom's fleet, especially considering the age and design of the existing fleet? Again, with that in mind, what is the estimated funding requirement to retrofit, modernize, and upgrade our existing fleet to use and implement clean coal technologies? Just on the issue of your demonstration technology, you indicated that you were looking at you've completed the planning phase and the feasibility studies. What sort of time frame are we looking at for a working deployment of that technology? When can we see it in action? Because right now we're talking, we're doing studies, but there's nothing actually showing us that it works. And then lastly, sorry, just going to my notes here for a second. Lastly, the facility that you demonstrated, that SANEDI demonstrated on the slide, that was opened up in Mpumalanga by Minister Mantashe last year. What is the status of that facility? Is it currently operational? If not, when will it start operating? What is the annual amount of carbon that is going to be captured and stored there? What is the process that's going to be followed for carbon capture to capture it and then put it into the ground? How's that going to work? Thank you, Chairperson.
Chair? Chair, are you there? Chairperson, can I go ahead with my inputs?
I don't see the chairperson on the, oh, I see chairperson on the platform. Maybe she just can't unmute.
I see a couple. So I'm can I go ahead?
Yeah, I think so for time.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Professor Moodley, and from SANEDI and others, and thank you to CSIR. Eskom released a communique in 2021, and I have the communique here. I think it was C0 or CO0011, and it was released in August 2021. And that particular communique speaks of its research into clean coal technologies, namely combustion technologies and gasification technologies. Now, that was in 2021, 4 years ago. And in there, for example, they speak about underground coal gasification, which sounds like a very good option for us. It wasn't mentioned in the presentation, where it involves underground gasification of a coal seam and the extraction of the synthetic gas, which is then pumped to where it is to be used, which sounds like the most viable option, the most efficient option, and yet it's not mentioned in the presentations from either organizations. And so what I'd like us to focus on and to respond is that if we were to have the underground coal gasification approach, and we build coal power plants in close proximity to coal mines, would that not be a better option than what we are dealing with now? Right now, we build coal power stations close to railways so that there can be delivery of coal, or close to railway lines. And then also, when it comes to combustion technologies, we never mentioned, and this sounds like a quick or not quick, a faster approach and a quicker win for us, where we look at supercritical pulverized fuel. So what happens is that pulverized fuel is basically the coal being crushed to a fine powder before it's blown into the boiler. So there's immediate combustion. and it's so it's basically increases the steam temperature and pressure in the conventional pulverized fuel plant. So whereas our power stations are subcritical design, it would mean that we then design power stations or new stations that are supercritical. So the efficiency of Eskom plants is between 33 and 36%. Should we rather not look at building supercritical power stations where there'll be an improvement of 2.5% of the efficiency? We'll burn less coal and there'll be less emissions released into the atmosphere. Is that not a better option for us at this stage? So with the fluid bed technology, which involves the fluidization and combustion of a bed of coal at high temperature, we are going to require two additional things there. We are going to require limestone and dolomite, which are sorbents, and that is not widely available in South Africa. So how do we overcome that with the fluidized bed combustion? And so the other problem with fluidized bed combustion, it's a very immature technology. And in 2021, Eskom said that it lacks economies of scale. What has changed for Eskom to now change its mind, because at least 20% higher than those of conventional plants? So what has changed that we are now considering fluidized bed combustion? Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Paulson. Thanks, Honorable Fasia. And I'm checking whether are there any other hands except Honorable Mbata.
And there's me too, Chair, just on a short comment.
Okay, after Honorable Mbata.
Okay. Thank you, Chairperson. I would like to take the opportunity to thank the two organizations for the presentations. We have been following on the work of SANEDI, and it is impressive to even see some of the things that they are actually working on. Chairperson, we have been told on some occasion or the other that there are actually 5 other coal mines that are about to be closed. Can we then establish if it will be possible for this technology to be fast-tracked to at least those coal plants that are about to be closed, so that it is massified for the sake of our jobs, for the sake of our people, for the sake of our economy? There is no problem of funding in South Africa. We have enough development banks and friendly national finance development organizations that agree with the goals of the state. I will imagine, for instance, the IDC, the Southern African Development Bank, and so many others that could actually assist to massify this technology. We are currently living in the dangers of what is called preemptive unemployment. Preemptive unemployment, Chairperson, it is when decisions are done without thinking, and suddenly they affect employment and they affect the economy, and we are unable to have been able to prevent those decisions from implemented. I prefer that this time around, Chairperson, with the positive nature of what the ministry has shown, this technology must be implemented. to successfully prevent the loss of jobs and the shutting down of these coal plants. I am also impressed by the fact that there is an established opinion already to try and create examples of how it works, so that in the next 2 years, Chairperson, we can talk about the strategies and the technologies to prevent the shutting down of these coal plants, rather than talk about solar that doesn't work. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Mbata. Honorable Fasi.
Thanks, Chairperson. Just a very short comment from my side. Fascinating presentation on both sides, and I think it was really good to also hear from the CSIR in addition to SANEDI. So maybe it's worth the next engagement to also invite the CSIR, but also just maybe to say that the reality is we can't be decommissioning coal plants right now when coal is our base load. Until we have a more stable energy mix with a higher energy availability factor, we are with coal. And I think once that point becomes very clear, we are then able to say, but actually there are cleaner coal technologies. It doesn't necessarily mean, or rather in comparison to renewables, it's in fact one can't compare, because coal is a fossil fuel, right? But I think there's an important process here between SANEDI, CSIR, and even DEE about saying, well, if coal is here and if coal is going to be here for some time, we might as well find ways to reduce our carbon emissions through this process. So we really do appreciate that. And I think I heard, I think it was in the CSIR element, that there's a little bit of less interest in green hydrogen, or maybe I misunderstood, but I'm a little concerned by that, because I don't want clean coal technologies to be put up against renewables, to be put up against a green hydrogen element, for example, because we kind of need all of them. In addition to nuclear, and I know Eskom mentioned that as well. So I just thought it's important to mention that and to say thank you. Lots of us reading material, and also if there's further things between SANEDI and CSIR, we really appreciate that, even if it's just journal articles and stuff, for us to get familiar with the sector and the space, so that when we do engage in the future, or even with the department or on a policy level, I think we're a lot more equipped. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Fasia. Any other hand? Secretary, is there any other hand?
No, Chair.
Okay. No, I think let's give over to SANEDI and also CSIR. You know, I'm also, I will say, happy to hear this research from both SANEDI and also CSIR. Because I will say it's our assumption that coal is not good enough, and also out of what Honorable Malema has said, because when we were in Komati, it was just said it's out for them to use coal again and all the stuff. But to hear that there are also other ways and means of having this clean coal, Haibo, Nam, I am really happy about it, and I want to take it forward to other levels to check exactly what will make these coal mines that Honorable Mbata is talking about, that we don't open them as quickly as we can, rather than to take coal from South Africa to other countries, and here in South Africa we are left without coal, or we are left with shortage of coal. I really don't understand. But maybe let me allow the two, that is SANEDI and whoever wants to start. But out of the visit when we were in SANEDI, we were really, I will say we were all happy. My first time to hear exactly what is it SANEDI doing. We were very happy about to hear all that. Now today we are also here about what CSIR is doing. Then we can be say nothing can stop this power station at the end of the day not to work. We understand that they can extend their term, whatever that they call, in terms of what is happening, because really out of the unemployment that is very increasing in South Africa, it is bad. But okay, let me give SANEDI first and then CSI.
No, thank you very much, Honorable Chair. It is indeed, I think, comforting to hear, I think, the views and comments from the Chair and as well as the Honorable members, and obviously engaging on such a technical, I think, subject. I think it's really, it's great. Madam Chair, let me then allow Dr. Mate to lead us in terms of the responses. And obviously, with your permission, he can then be able to call upon our colleagues as well to give certain input where necessary. So over to you, Dr. Mate. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Stel. Dr. Mate.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'm going to start responding to some of the questions and then request Tobisa and Prof. Mutli to close the gaps where I may have left some questions. The first question from Honorable Tring, or a number of questions that came from
before CEO, can I ask this question of saying, all what you are saying to us, is Eskom aware of it? Are they informed from your side of the research? And then you can answer later on, can give Omisa and all the stuff, or you can say whatever that you think you would like to say.
All right. Now, thanks, Honorable Chair. Yes, indeed. Eskom is aware of the work that SANEDI is doing, and is also aware of the work that the CSIR is doing and CGS. There are other organizations that are doing similar work in the country. Eskom RTND in particular, we work very closely with them. SANEDI has an MOU. I think it was established many years ago, more than 5 years ago, where we collaborate in terms of the research work in the energy space. Of course, in the last couple of years, Eskom has been seized with their operational challenges, and some of these projects have not progressed as some of us would have wished would have progressed. But yeah, certainly they are aware of it, and we do participate in conferences, energy conferences. Every year we share lessons learned from each other. But I think it was Honorable Hassan mentioned that maybe the dissemination of this information, it's a gap that we need to close so that everyone is aware of what's happening in the energy space. And then, Chair, just to respond to specific questions from Honorable Tring, the budget for RT&D or for research and development in the energy space is definitely not sufficient. At SANEDI, for instance, we receive from the fiscus, we receive about 85 million rand every year, and more than half of that goes towards operational costs supporting the overheads. However, the minister is very much aware of this. They are planning to address it going forward. And then the visit to Russia, China, and Japan, is it possible to retrofit Komati with the CFB? Anything is possible if you've got the money. But if I look at the power stations that are earmarked to be shut down in the next 3 to 5 years, I think there are better options as opposed to going back to Komati. Perhaps, looking at the likes of Hotflay, which are still operational. So some of the equipment has not been dismantled. If you look at the likes of Camden power stations, Camden has just completed a new coal ash dam. It's got a huge capacity. So there's a huge potential to perhaps consider those power stations that are earmarked to shut down soon. It will be cheaper to go to the likes of Camden, the likes of Hendrina, the likes of Grootvlei, and try and retrofit these technologies that we are speaking about. If we go to Komati, I think a lot of infrastructure has since been dismantled, and it will be more expensive to try and retrofit. But we can learn from what not to do based on the Komati experience. The total budget required for CFP, I will allow the CSIR to respond to that. And then the research work into I think it was Honorable Tring was asking the question around research work in municipalities. I will allow Prof. Motley to respond to that. Then Spain, Portugal, the recent experience of blackouts, what can be done to mitigate that? Again, I will allow Prof. Motley to respond to that. Suffice to say that Europe is very lucky. They've got an interconnected grid. So they are able to import power from other parts of Europe. But for South Africa, we're on our own. If we have a problem in South Africa, we don't have that luxury of the interconnected grid. Of course, we've got the Southern African power pool, but it's not well developed to cater for the movement of power between countries in Southern Africa. But I think Prof. Muntu will also elaborate on that. The World Bank funding for the CGS project. What are the liability implications for the country? It was a grant funding from the World Bank. So if the CGS continues with the project and deliver as per the agreement, there are no obligations. It was grant funding that was allocated for that project from the World Bank. Then supercritical technology or technologies that are available, and why are they not favored? Yes, it's correct. Supercritical and ultra supercritical pulverized coal technologies will provide the improvement in efficiency. However, it comes with other costs. You need to utilize very exotic materials for supercritical and ultra supercritical, especially for the boilers. So the welding of the boilers during construction, if you go for supercritical and ultra supercritical, if the experience of Medupi and Kusile is something to go by, if we pursue that technology, it will be very, very difficult for the country to construct such facilities. We don't have the technical know-how in the country. We don't have the artisans that can weld such exotic material. We don't have the standards. So it's going to be very, very difficult to pursue such a technology in South Africa. Then the last question from Honorable Tring, capacity to run clean coal technologies versus the green initiatives. I think that was meant for the CSIR. They can respond to that. Let me just deal with Honorable Milham as well, before I allow Prof. Motley and Obisa to close the gaps. The first question was the potential to reduce the CO2 from existing power stations and the time frame to achieve the NDC targets for the country. Indeed, by the way, the NDCs are currently being reviewed to come up with the new targets. But if we look at where we are at the moment, as a country, we are generating anything between 400 to 450 million tons of CO2 per annum. The electricity sector contributes about 50% towards that. So about 200 million tons of CO2 per annum comes from the electricity sector. The technologies that are being proposed will reduce the CO2 emissions by 2050 by 60%. Those are some of the studies that we have looked at. So if we pursue CFD, it will even be better. We may actually reduce from 200 million tons of CO2 that is emitted by the electricity sector, perhaps to below 100 million tons per annum. So there is huge potentials in terms of the reduction. However, we're waiting for the new NDC targets that the DFFE colleagues are currently working on. What are the challenges in the Eskom fleet? Why are they not retrofitting, or if they do consider retrofitting? I'll allow my colleagues, Prof. Mutli and Tobisa, to respond to that, and maybe CSIR. But I think it's mainly funding. We know the financial situation of Eskom, and also limited resources. Most of their resources are focusing on firefighting. And I think the long-term planning, it may have been put on the back burner to respond to the current challenges that they are faced with, and also the fact that they don't have the money to be able to pursue some of these technologies. The timeframes for working deployment of the CFB to show that it works, I would allow the CSIR to respond to that. And then what is the status of the facility in Mpumalanga, the CGS, carbon capture and storage facility? They are currently doing drilling. They are doing tests to test the underground rock formations, whether they are suitable for storage of CO2. The intention is to take CO2 from the nearby Sasol plant and then do that demonstration to test whether indeed the rock formations in that area are suitable for carbon capture and storage. So it's very much in a research phase at this point in time. Of course, there are environmental issues that they also need to deal with as they are conducting the demonstrations. But I think if there's more information that we need to provide on this, we will contact our colleagues from the CGS and they can elaborate further. Honorable Paulson, the Eskom communication that was issued in 2021 that indicated that UCG is a viable technology to consider. I think we did mention this during Zovisa's presentation. There are challenges with UCG technology. Firstly, the coal combustion underground, it leads to contamination of groundwater. So whilst you are trying to solve one problem, you may be creating another problem. Also, the quality of the gas from the gasification underground, the quality of the gas is not as what we thought it would be. It's very low quality gas, so you can't burn it in a gas turbine. You possibly can use it in a diesel engine, but then a diesel engine is less efficient. So there are technical challenges and also gas quality that you receive from combusting the gas underground. There's also environmental challenges associated with the technology. But other countries are still doing research work in this space, but Eskom has subsequently stopped their research work in this space. Combustion technologies, supercritical, I think I've dealt with that. Why not consider supercritical and ultra supercritical? CFB, it requires a lot of limestone. It is correct. CFB requires a lot of limestone. Where will we get this limestone? South Africa is fortunately very lucky. We've got an abundance of limestone deposits in areas like Limpopo, the Vedia area, Tavazimbi, KZN, Potchefstroom in particular. In the Western Cape, De Hoek has got some deposit of limestone. The Eastern Cape, the Kucha area, has got some deposits of limestone, and then also the Northern Cape, Kimberley area, has got some deposits of the limestone. However, the logistics, the infrastructure, the rail infrastructure to actually bring that limestone to the Highveld may be a challenge, and it's something that needs to be looked at going forward. Suffice to say that Sile is already receiving limestone from these areas, and they're using it in their FGD plant. And then Honorable Mbata, how can we fast track the work that is being proposed? I'll allow Prof. Mutli and the CSIR to respond to that. And then the last sets of questions from Honorable Hassan. We can't be decommissioning coal plants unless we know that we have a sustainable power system. 100%. I think we've all agreed on this. South Africa's energy policy is to pursue all technologies: coal, nuclear, renewable energy, and also looking after our existing coal-fired power stations. Until such time that we have a stable system, then we can consider decommissioning the coal-fired power stations. Otherwise, we run into challenges of energy security. And then she also requested policy insights to be shared with the honorable members for their information. And it's something that we will look into going forward. Through you, Chair, may I invite Tobisa and Prof. Mutli, maybe just to add if I've missed something before we turn it over to the CSIR. Prof. and Tobisa.
Thank you, Dr. Mate. Through you, Chair. There's only two questions that I can answer to at the moment. The first one being the CCUS storage and how much CO2 can be stored in the Leandro site. It is reported by the CGS that they have 34 gigatons of CO2 that can be stored at the Leandro site, and also that there is opportunities of expanding the site. Just to add on to what Dr. Mate said, that the CO2 storage actually has been characterized and completed, hence the unveiling. So the CGS is confident that that is the correct storage site. But however, we can source more information for this committee to add to other questions that were posed on this platform. And with regards to the GHG reduction potential for the CFB, this depends on the quality of the coal. If it has more ash content and more moisture content. So it varies between 30% of reductions. It can go up to 100 depending on the coal quality. Hence, it's suitable for variable coal qualities. I think I'll stop there, Chair, and hand over to Prof. Mutli.
Thanks so much, Kobisa. Thanks to the committee and thanks to the CEO for those responses. I wanted to add to the research around the municipalities. We are indeed very actively supporting SANEDI research in the municipality space. We have been doing a lot of work around things like distribution hosting capacity on the municipal distribution networks. It's a critical piece of work which would indicate how much of a particular distribution network or municipality distribution network can host SSEG, which is small scale embedded generation, predominantly technologies like rooftop PV. We are supporting, we've just concluded a study with 4 municipalities across the country around power utility asset management. We've presented all of those results to the AMEU as a key collaborator, and there's been a lot of, I think, interest to expand that study around asset management. I think our board chair mentioned at the beginning of the session that we are supporting National Treasury in terms of the rollout of smart metering technologies across various municipalities across the country. We've already completed 8 municipalities and deployed about 65,000 meters, just over 65,000 meters in the past 3 months to the end of the last financial year. We've already onboarded 12 new municipalities for this new financial year, and the interest is to drive a lot more of the smart metering deployments. We've already seen significant revenue enhancement, not just from customers that haven't been paying bills, but customers that were never metered ever. They usually account for anything between 10 to 20% of unmetered customer installations, apart from customers that haven't been paying the bills. So a lot of support for the municipal environment, as well as participation in the just energy transition municipality work, as well as the NECOM work. In terms of, I think our recent observations around the blackouts in Spain and Portugal, I think that's absolutely, something that we are grappling with as a power industry. As the power industry accommodates more and more of variable renewable energy, there are grid risks that do transpire in particular, inertia, small-scale stability, harmonics and the like. We've observed this throughout the world. We've seen that in South Africa, the studies indicate that South Africa will get into grid stability issues once we get to about 50% hosting of renewable technologies or variable renewable technologies. And thereafter, there's a lot of additional work that would have to be done to protect the transmission grid infrastructure. Predominantly Spain and Portugal, what we've seen is that they are in interconnected network. I think at the time Spain was exporting to France as well. But their network is a very much a meshed, interconnected network, multiple forms of redundancies. The rest of Europe can support any other country, in particular, nuclear energy that can be exported from France into a neighboring country, but also coal technologies from Poland that can also be and does actually get exported to the rest of Europe. In South Africa, or Southern Africa, we have a very isolated electrical network with very weak connections to our neighbors. So we are electrically isolated. So we don't have that risk mitigation aspects that I think is very dominant in the European networks and, let's say, the developed world. So we need to be very careful about how we transition. Most of the world relies on flexible generation to complement renewable technologies. So you would deploy things like hydro technologies, pump storage or run-of-river hydro schemes. A lot of the world has used gas technologies and nuclear technologies to complement the variable nature of renewables. In South Africa, we have very little flexible resources. We are a semi-arid country, so we don't have a lot of water. We also don't have a lot of natural gas in the country. So we need to be very careful on how we transition because we may introduce risks from a flexibility perspective, and therefore other technologies, complementary technologies like imported gas, nuclear technologies, and so forth are critical to our transition. In terms of the retrofits, I think the big issue for South Africa is huge capital funding requirements. But what we've seen both in China and Russia, because of the deployment of various markets, so there is the short-term day-ahead market and the 24-hour market, balancing market and the like. But the longer-term market is called the capacity market. And that's where we've seen that countries like China and Russia signed power purchase agreements, long-term power purchase agreements, like 20-year power purchase agreements with various generators. Predominantly in Russia, we've seen 20-year agreements with coal-fired power stations. And once you've got, as a utility or an asset owner, a 20-year PPA agreement, there's a lot of risks that comes off the utility. They can secure funding, and then they use that funding to modernize the power stations, combustion technologies, retrofits, and so forth. We are moving towards that market, but as per the ERA Amendment Act, it will take probably another 4 to 5 years to get to a capacity market. And then just in terms of fast tracking, the deployment of these technologies, we're very keen in terms of this collaboration, particularly on CFP technologies to drive our demonstration at large-scale demonstration facilities. We've also talked about the options with our partners of using power stations that may imminently be decommissioned, so that we don't have to spend a lot of time in laboratories and then introduce new risks when we get to full-scale deployments, and those options are part of the considerations. Our partners, in particular, Caltech, have mentioned that they want to catalyze and speed up the process, and I think I'll allow my colleagues from CSIR to elaborate on that. But there is a definite intention to speed up the research so that we can get to commercial scale decision making and deployment of technology. Thank you. I'll turn it back to CEO.
No, thanks, Prof. and Kobisa. Chairperson, I think we can now request CSIR to also add and respond. Back to you, Chair.
Okay. Over to you, CSIR.
Yes, thank you, Chair, and thank you to the SANEDI colleagues for having answered almost all the questions. We'll just fill in the gaps where we think there may be some gaps. But otherwise, we will focus on the CSR specific questions. And maybe just to pick it up from where Professor Mutli has left off, in terms of the agency regarding the implementation of this demonstration scale that we presented. And indeed, there is agency. It's something that we look to implement as soon and as quickly as possible. However, as we said, at this point in time, the only funding that we have to complete the work is for the feasibility study. And it's the feasibility study that can then tell us how long will it still take us to get to a built-up plant that is commissioned and that is demonstrating, or that we can use to demonstrate the technology, and also how much it will cost. And we do have an idea in terms of the costs, but it's this cost that are a constraint. They say if you have money, you can do almost anything. So we can buy the time if money is available. But at this point in time, as I said, we still have to do some fundraising for this demonstration facility. And as I said, the funds, we're looking in the tens of millions, but we'll firm up the figure. And if this committee can help us with that fundraising, we'll really appreciate it, because then we can be able to fast track the work. That's on the implementation side. Now, maybe something to clarify with regard to green hydrogen questions that came from honorable members. There was one that raised a concern to say perhaps we putting green hydrogen work on the back burner and pushing more what we are proposing here today, or what we're going to be driving, the program that we're going to be driving as presented here today. Let me say that this is not the case. Green hydrogen is very important in our portfolio, and we're part of the national initiatives, the HISA initiative, which SANEDI is a secretariat of, working on behalf of the Department of Science, Innovation and Technology. And we are even looking at increasing our involvement in this green hydrogen space, because we believe it's important and is of strategic importance. And the same goes for all the other energy kind of resources. It's not one or the other, but more a combination. And we need to be more pragmatic when we look at it, and look at where we can get a bang for our buck and where the economy can benefit the most. And that's what we then need to do in terms of prioritization. Another question related to this was around the resources. When I said there was a shift in strategy that led to the dissolving of the clean coal technology area in our space back in 2020, it doesn't mean that we lost those resources that were doing work on clean coal technology. They are still there, luckily. So we're not going to be starting from scratch, training up the people. And we do have some capacity to can drive both programs in parallel. So going further, let me concur with Dr. Mate around the underground coal gasification. It's a very good idea, but the practicality becomes a major challenge. And that's why now, of all these studies, circulating fluid aspect technology came out top, and a question was raised about the maturity of the technology. And I showed in my slides that it's indeed mature. Because we have plants that are running. I showed 2 plants as an example, one in South Korea, one in Poland. They are running with the technology, one since 2009, the other one since 2016, and they are running very well. What is missing here locally is the localization of this technology. Something that I have appreciation of is the fact that our coal is unique. And if you don't take that into consideration when you bring technology in the country, you may be in for a big surprise. And hence why we say, let's bring this technology at a demonstration scale. Demonstrate it here and get to understand the ups and downs. And we can then use this experience for implementation in bigger power stations. And here, that's where we say the opportunities indeed are at these power stations that are scheduled for decommissioning from 2030 onwards, because the infrastructure is still available. And just retrofitting of new technology can just breathe some new life into these power stations. And as Honorable Mbata has mentioned, the agency, yes, we agree. And by doing this retrofitting, indeed, we'll be preserving some jobs in the industry. Let me pause here and hand over to our CEO to tackle specifically this question around collaboration with other departments. We can come back and answer some of them that we may not have answered. CEO.
All right. Thank you very much, Toban, for the responses. Yes, on the question around collaboration with other government departments. So the short answer is yes, we do work with, in fact, most of the departments in government. Our view, though, is that we can do more in terms of supporting the development of a capable state. There's a lot more that the CSR has to offer, and that the various government departments can lean more on the capabilities that have been created in the CSR by the state to support them, in the various strategies that they are trying to pursue. Part of the problem that we encounter is around, the procurement framework between state entities, which is prohibitive in our view, even including work with SOEs. To go and work with Transnet or Eskom, most often you find that you have to go through a tender process. And we argue that we are part of the state machinery. The state ought to call to the capacity created by the state and the CSR to solve the problem that our country is facing. So we do work, but our view is that there's more that we can do in terms of supporting our country through the work that we can do for the various departments in our country. That then concludes the responses from the CSIR. I'll hand back to you. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, CSI. And thank you, SANEDI. I think it is enough for today. And much as really some of other things, it's our first time in the portfolio committee to hear about them, which will put, maybe we'll slip over it and then come up with other suggestions. But I know that this is an ongoing process. We can't be saying that it's still and done, but we have to maybe also approach the minister and the deputy minister and talk about this and come up with a resolution at the end and advice. We are not professors and engineers, but whilst we are laymen, we are able to see on what is it that is needed and what is right and what is wrong. So we really appreciate both the presentation. They inspired us and make us to be more informed in terms of the energy, as one of the speakers said, that we need to share the information amongst ourselves as energy people. Thanks ever so much. Secretary?
Yes, Chair.
Is there anything?
We are finished. We are finished for today, Chair.
Yeah.
Just to highlight to members again, next week we only have the one meeting on Wednesday, the 21st, where we'll be meeting with the UK parliamentarians from 11 o'clock. I'll send the notice again, just as a reminder, Chair. Okay, that's it, Chair.
Yeah, I think timing is okay for those UK people or UK delegation, because now SANEDI and CSIR has put us on the know-how on what is it that we're doing in South Africa and what is it that we expect more. Thanks, Secretary. And then let's release and maybe, let me say, the meeting has adjourned for now. Thanks ever so much for everyone, and take care. The meeting is adjourned.
Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Honourable members. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, members.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, and goodbye to all the members.
Thank you, Honourable Bapti, and goodbye.